Let me know when we're streaming. All right, good morning, everyone. I call to order this regular meeting of council for Tuesday, June 30th, 2026. And as is our custom, I first want to acknowledge in the spirit of truth and reconciliation that we are gathered in the heart of the Treaty 7 territory of Southern Alberta. This place that we call Canmore is Chuwap Chip Chien Kudebi, meaning shooting at willows in Stoney. This land is home to the Blackfoot Confederacy, consisting of the Siksika, Kainai, and Pekanai First Nations, also the Tsuut'ina First Nation, and our most adjacent Indigenous neighbors, the Stoney Nakoda, comprised of the Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Chiniki First Nations. Further, we are located on land home to the Otipemswek Métis government, Rocky View Métis District 4 in the Battle River Territory. The town of Canmore is committed to working to live in right relations and to advance truth and reconciliation as we acknowledge the many Indigenous peoples whose footsteps have marked these lands for generations. I'm grateful for the traditional knowledge keepers and elders who are still with us today and those who have gone before us. This last month, we've had several events and gatherings for National Indigenous Peoples Month and also National Indigenous Peoples Day. I had the privilege of participating in the grand entry of powwow held out in Manithini, as well as the grand entry and events here. And these are just the tip of the iceberg as we get to know other cultures better so that together we can form a united path forward. We have so much to learn from those who have been on these lands for millennia and who know them much better than we do. And their ways are such that we could learn a lot in how we also deal with one another. So with that, I just want to end with saying we are all treaty people, and we each have ongoing responsibilities to protect and honor all life. Now looking to the agenda for today, any changes? No, that's good, because I don't think we could fit one more thing in there. So I'll move the approval of the agenda for the June 30th, 2026 regular meeting of council as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, we have a couple of public hearings. And so I am going to call to order the public hearing for Bylaw 2026-01. And the purpose of this bylaw is to amend the land use bylaw by creating a direct control district for the lands that are currently occupied by the Alpine Club of Canada. The public hearing will proceed as follows. After I provide this introduction, administration will make a brief presentation to set a context for the hearing. Council will have opportunity to ask questions of administration after their presentation. The applicant will then make a presentation regarding the subject matter of today's hearing. Council will then have opportunity to ask questions of the applicant after their presentation. Then I will invite members of the public to speak. There will be an opportunity for council to ask questions of clarification after each speaker presents. Once anyone present who wishes to speak has done so, the municipal clerk will provide the names of those who provided written submissions. Then council will again have opportunity to ask questions of administration before the public hearing is closed. And with that, let's move to the administration's presentation. Whenever you're ready, the microphone is yours, Ms. Drills.
Perfect. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Council. Good morning, everyone else joining us today. My name is Annika Drost. I'm a Senior Development Planner with the town, and I'm here to present or provide a quick refresher of Bylaw 2026-01, which is Revised Land Use Bylaw Amendment, Indian Flats Road Direct Control District. So the property that we're looking at today is 201 Indian Flats Road. It's located just east of our industrial district and accessed through Highway 1A to the south. And the land is owned by the province, so it's leased by the Alpine Club of Canada, who's the applicant for today's application.
Just going to interrupt you for a second. Madam Clerk, we don't have anything showing up on our screens here. Is that something that we probably can't deal with now?
Yeah.
Okay. If you can let them know, we have a long day, and it'd be good if we had our screens available, especially when it's smaller stuff. Great, thank you. Sorry for the interruption. Please continue, Ms. Ross.
So the amendment is to redesignate 201 Indian Flats Road, which is just that orange portion of that provincially owned land from the Conservation of Wildlands District to the Indian Flats Direct Control District, which is a brand new district. And the purpose of the district is to allow the ACC to develop the site to meet their needs for future development and to improve public access and accessibility. So within the municipal development plan, there's two requirements when you're looking at rezoning conservation areas. One is the provision of an environmental impact statement, which was provided and assessed by administration. And the second one is to demonstrate exceptional community benefit, which was also demonstrated and included within the package and the staff report. So with that, administration finds that both the criteria were satisfied and that the application aligns with the municipal development plan. And as such, administration recommends that council give second reading to revised land use bylaw amendment to 2026-01 Indian Flats Road Direct Control District, and that council give third reading to revised land use bylaw amendment 2026-01 Indian Flats Road Direct Control District. And that concludes my presentation.
Great, thank you very much. I just will note for those watching and gathered, when it comes to considering this matter later in the meeting, I will be bringing forth an amendment to the name of the Direct Control District. As my preference, and I hope council supports me, is to move away from using terminology such as Indian Flats and moving towards a more traditional name for the land. So that's just an aside. I will now open it up to council to ask if there's any questions of administration. Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now we'll hear from the applicant. Please, for the record, when you come forward, state your name and whenever you're ready. I know it takes a few minutes to get settled. The microphone is yours. Welcome.
Let's see if this will work.
Sometimes takes a moment.
Good morning.
Yeah, don't worry.
I guess it'll
We'll
take
just
a
wait till it's all up there.
Can you see it?
Yeah. You know, when I first got my first computer, you know, a time like this for it to turn on is like, oh, it takes a few minutes, you
It'll
know?
be fine.
But now we're in this day and age, it should be like right now. So, how
So I
soon
just
do
need
we
to
adjust?
turn it around and present.
Now you jinxed it.
There you go. We're all good to go. So.
All right, good morning, Your Worship and Council. My name is Michael Geertsma. I'm with the Alpine Club of Canada, here to talk about our direct control district application. To start, I would like to talk a little bit about the ACC's history.
So if I could just ask if you could make sure you speak towards that mic, that's what picks it up for the speakers and for the live stream.
Okay,
Yeah,
is this good?
Yeah.
The ACC first built a clubhouse on the, or in Banff, first built in 1909 on the sides of Sulphur Mountain. About 50 years after that, the facility was in disrepair and needed to be rebuilt and reinvested in. So as the ACC was looking to do that, Parks Canada came forward and said they were looking to establish a wildlife corridor. As such, Parks Canada ended up purchasing that property from the ACC, which is the funding money or the seed money that the ACC used to purchase and build the current clubhouse. And that was in 1971. When we first put together a plan for the current clubhouse site, we had a very clear plan. It was clubhouse and cabins. We wanted to make a community gathering place for our members. At the time, that facility was located in the MD of Bighorn and had a land use designation of special recreation. Bump forward to the early 90s, and that's when the town of Canmore annexed a bit of land from the MD of Bighorn, which meant that the town of Canmore needed to create a new land use or revise the land use bylaw for the area. Initial proposals or concepts had included the idea of 2 separate districts within the current area. Eventually, in 1998, the land use bylaw was revised and we were placed in the CW district. During this period, the Town of Canmore Planning Department and ACC had many meetings. I have many notes from that period. During that time, we were given many assurances that continued development from our current uses would be permitted. Unfortunately, that's not really what has happened. We have a number of complications with the current framework. First, the CW district is a challenge. It discourages development, and rightfully so. Also, because we are on a provincial lands lease, any development requires 2 yeses. We have to get a yes from the landlords of the province and also get it through with the town of Canmore. This has meant that many projects and plans to redevelop and reinvest in the space has basically fizzled out. Jumping forward to today, we have a state of affairs that basically we just need to reinvest in the space. We have aging infrastructure. Our facilities are 54 years old, which means our plumbing, our electrical, our utility systems all need to be updated. A lot of our buildings have been built by volunteers over the years and just need to be refreshed up to today's codes. You'll probably have heard we have insufficient parking. These pictures here try to represent that. This is a common day for us, particularly in the summer. Also, our road does not meet town standards. We would like it to meet town standards. So I believe town standard is 8% grade. Our road hits almost 20% in places. It's not appropriate width, which means that emergency vehicles would have a difficult time getting to some of our areas. We also have cramped office spaces. As the ACC has grown in the last 40 years, 50 years, our office space has gotten tighter and tighter. And then our maintenance storage yard is located right on our access road, right where we have 15 to 20% grades. So when our teams are loading up trailers and trucks to go do service for the huts, they are in a very dangerous location. And then we also need staff accommodation. We've been looking at a number of areas, trying to purchase some buildings in town. Ultimately, we feel our best choice is to redevelop on our site. This building here is what we call the Panabode. Currently houses 5 people, and it's in under 1,000 square feet. So, a couple years ago, we started a master planning exercise just to see what we could do and what kind of our options were. We reviewed a number of options over the last 5 years, which included going to the Nordic Centre, moving our maintenance and team to Exshaw, purchasing land in Deadman's Flats, or even purchasing land in the new Three Sisters Mountain Village Resort location. Ultimately, we found that the price point to move was too exorbitant for us to pursue, and we felt our best option was to redevelop our current site as funds become available for us. So that's why we're here to ask for a direct control district. What we're looking for is just the ability to continue to redevelop on the land as we have always used it. Our requested uses match what we used that space for back in 1972. It's an office, staff accommodation, visitor accommodation, and outdoor storage. We've developed a basic concept plan. We recognize that there's probably pieces missing and the planning department would like more details. For us to put together a concept plan and invest in all the studies that are required to present a fully thought out concept plan was too high for us. It was too much of a risk. But together we put together a basic plan of this is what we would like to see. It's to do a bit of a strip and grade to create some leveled land so that we have land to develop new buildings and new infrastructure, to realign the road to decrease the gradient, develop a maintenance yard and new offices, to develop new parking areas with trailhead amenities. We see a lot of the parking demand is climbers or recreational trailhead users, and we'd like to formalize a specific trailhead location for them. And ultimately, we'd like to continue to redevelop our visitor accommodation to meet today's and future guests' expectations. So today, I'm asking you to help or basically approve the DC district so that we can stay in Canmore and continue to redevelop and grow and stay put. A couple other points that I'd like to talk about. Discussing, do I have time? Discussing the significant community benefit. We are a special location for many users. We see a lot of school groups and nonprofits come to use our space. We're uniquely sized for a school group to come and have an exclusive facility where children are secure, they can take over the entire space and have a good experience with the outdoors. Some groups that use our space regularly are Girls on Ice Canada, Howl, a number of schools from Calgary. The U of A Family Medicine Clinic comes every year. Just a couple, or just to name a few of the people that use our space. I'd also like to talk about the naming of the road. I'd like to make sure that Council is aware that the road is a lease that is owned by or held by the Alpine Club of Canada. That doesn't mean that we have any concerns about changing the name. We have had conversations with the Stoney around 2017 about the naming. At the time, they were not concerned about the name, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't move forward with what we've learned in the last 10 years. Anyway, thank you.
Just to clarify on that last point, so it will be brought forward just that we can call the direct control district what we like. We're actually not going to reference the road in that. And then there's going to be another motion directing administration to work with all the stakeholders, including the Stonies and whoever's involved, about the name change.
Wonderful.
So, yeah. Okay. Great. So now is time for questions of you with respect to your presentation. And your last name again is Geertsima?
Geertsima.
Geertsima. All right. And thank you for your presentation. I've got some questions here, one from Councillor Ma.
Okay, thank you, Worship, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
In terms of the concept principles, there's a lot of things I'm seeing here. There's housing capacity, there's road, parking lot, staff accom. In the eyes of the ACC, if you had to prioritize those, or if there's an order of operations, how these things would be implemented if this passed, could you provide some light on that, please?
That'd be very hard.
Yeah.
We've discussed many priorities over the years. Ultimately, we feel that our maintenance yard is probably the priority. Mm-hmm. The first step in any redevelopment would be the strip and grading and setting out the land so that we have space to work with. Then the first building that we'd probably construct is a maintenance building.
Okay. And how does that tie in with the road piece?
So right now, the idea is to strip or basically remove some hillside from behind or from deeper into the site. Using that fill, we can then raise or bring the grade of the road to an appropriate level and stretch the grade or the road out. So it's just a logistics question.
Okay, thank you.
And also, we're keeping in mind, this is setting, it is about the rules that are set. Mm-hmm. But of course, this doesn't allow anything to be done until there's an application that goes through the process and gets the development permit, et cetera.
Yes.
So, Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks for your presentation. You made reference in your presentation to a number of projects that had to be cancelled due to the current constraints of the zoning. Can you give an example of maybe one of those?
In 2002, there was an application to develop some new, basically rolling it back, 1995, the ACC actually developed a master plan with a whole concept of additional cabins and spaces that would be used. And then over the course of the early 2000s, the hope was to implement on that plan. However, When applications went forward to develop new cabins and new visitor accommodation, there was an apparent, basically, it was apparent that the permitting would not be approved, so the applications were withdrawn.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mayor Crosser. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Wade.
We got many letters of support, but a couple
Letters of
folks
concern?
had some concerns. And the main concern was, to sum it up, probably around parking and traffic.
Road development, yes.
Yeah, surprise, surprise. I wonder if you could talk about mitigation options that you guys are looking at and how the town might help you and assist you in those efforts.
So the current concerns that I saw were related to traffic traveling from the 1A to the site along the current Indian Flats Road. Currently, because we do have limited parking within our site, most recreationals, we ask recreation users to park along that road. That creates a lot of traffic at that site, which causes conflict between the riding association and those users. Part of this concept plan is to expand the available parking within our main site to help draw those people up into a central location. This, we hope, would resolve two issues. One is the conflict with the riding association and the travel up and down the road, as well as during our ES, we realized that our environmental impact statement research, we realized that the lower Indian Flats is where we see most wildlife encounters. So typically, if I'm going to see a bear as I travel to and from work, it's at the bottom of the hill. So our hope is by pulling people up into the site, we actually decrease human-wildlife conflicts as well. But with that, a couple of years ago, we were looking at redeveloping the road. It needs to be repaved, it needs some investment. So we basically investigated that, but found that if we were to move forward with this project and do a lot of work up in the main area, we'd have a lot of heavy equipment traveling up on that road, and we didn't want to ruin a road that we just redeveloped. So we've delayed that until we can get the main project completed. With that project, once our project is completed, we hope to turn our attention to the road and use engineered mitigations or traffic mitigations to help slow traffic down and ensure people are not parking where they shouldn't be parking. There's a couple strategies that we can do to do this. Could be do road narrowing or speed bumps or other mitigations. We're open to ideas and options. However, we feel that the time to enforce those will be later in this project development.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Also, once again, just reiterate, because it certainly was an issue that was brought up, but reiterate that we're talking about the land use bylaw amendments. Any development will require an application.
Yes.
And that application will be examined and make sure that it meets certain needs. Parking would be one of those. Parking area in this is simply shall be provided to accommodate trailhead users and shall be provided in accordance with trailheads identified in applicable provincial trail plans. So there will be obviously some work done to make sure that things work, but that's at a later stage.
Yeah.
So let's not get ahead of ourselves here. We're just talking about the rules that will be applied when those applications come in.
Yes.
Any other questions? I see none, so thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so I'm just going to open up. Okay, so now this brings us to the public verbal submissions portion of the public hearing. Council would like to hear from everyone who wishes to speak today. In that spirit, we'll be enforcing a 5-minute time limit on presentations, not including time for questions from council. We'll be using a countdown timer to help us stay on track. If you plan to speak, you should be aware that you'll appear on live web stream of this hearing, and that web stream recording is published online. While you are speaking, we ask that you direct your comments to council and limit your comments to the subject of the public hearing. Council will be given an opportunity to ask questions of clarification after each presenter has finished speaking. We ask that speakers and members of the gallery join council in supporting the rights of everyone to be treated with dignity, fairness, and respect. That includes not responding with either cheering or admonishing, as such will impact the feeling of safety of others who may wish to speak either for or against. As chair, I will intervene if necessary to uphold these principles. Now I will open the floor to speakers, first based upon those who've registered. We have 2 registered, and then to anyone else present in the chambers who wishes to speak, rotating between those who wish to speak in favor, in opposition, or in a neutral position. So our first speakers today actually wish to present together or concurrently. So we're actually going to give them the 5 minutes each for a total of 10 minutes, as there's 2 people here, and that's Heather Gibb and Lisa Young. So please come forward. Welcome to council, and take a moment there to set up, and whenever you're ready, the microphone is yours.
So is this on? Okay, thank you, Mayor Crowsett, and thank you, members of council, for allowing us the opportunity to speak to this bylaw change. So we put together a bit of a presentation. We wanted to just let you know who we are, actually, because it's, anyway. So this is our 60th anniversary this year. We've been on the Indian Flats, as we call it, lease for 60 years. We have about 74 members, plus or minus some husbands. And it was created as Canmore developed and people who had horses lost access. And so it was created as an affordable place for people to keep their horses. It's not a high-end thing. We've also tried to be quite active as members of the local community. And you see some photos here of different activities. I don't remember what the event was on Indian Flats. Perhaps some of you do. We are very concerned about safety in the area. Safety for the horses, safety for our riders, and safety for others going up and down the road. For 3 years, in 23, 24, and 25, we organized trail safety days with a number of the recreation organizations in Canmore, the Mountain Bike Association. The Alpine Club participated, Wild Smart. Because we were encountering rather dangerous conflicts between different users on the trails that we share. And I think it was fairly successful, actually. We did notice some improvements. In the last year, we really tried to focus on wildlife, and Wild Smart has been quite helpful with us in that way. Can we go back to the photos for a little bit, please? Somewhere there's a photo. Some of our members have taken their minis up to the hospital to do some therapeutic work with some of the seniors. We also support and provide horses when we can, and space to Bow Valley Equine Adaptive. It's an organization we're quite passionate about. But we are, as I mentioned, very concerned about horse and rider safety, and just wanted to take a look at the map. Great. You'll see the area on the left side with the red line around it. That's our lease. I think a lot of people really aren't familiar with just quite how big the area is. It's about 125 acres. And the second map really illustrates why we're so concerned about the implications of the Alpine Club plan to expand parking by 140 stalls on its lease. The Indian Flats Road, that's the red line, cuts right through our lease. The yellow line shows our access to our trails on our lease. So you see they go right across the road where the additional 140 vehicles will be going up and down, plus the construction. The horses and riders cross the road from the paddocks area, which is the blue area, over into the fields, the Indian Flats, and then up onto the bench and around. I'd just like to make a side comment here. We're quite happy to hear that the town is going through the process of addressing a somewhat offensive name for the area. But we did like to point out that the area under consideration is actually the Alpine Club of Canada lease. And so we'd like to suggest that the bylaw, the direct control district, really should be called the Alpine Club of Canada Direct Control Lease. And it's not just a matter of semantics. We do have a lot of, shall we say, uninvited guests on our lease, which is fine, it's public, except that it does create a safety hazard for the riders, for the horses, and for everybody else if a horse spooks. When we have a lot of people coming in who are not familiar with the area, we have problems with illegal camping, we have problems with people messing up the place, we have problems with off-leash dogs. So anything we can do to minimize that will be very helpful. I mean, we've already put up fences along one side of the lease, and we're planning to put up a fence on the other side. It's not the best way, but maybe it's all we can do. As I mentioned a few times, we're worried about safety, and you'll be hearing about that a lot. I know the development, I mean, we support the Alpine Club's request to upgrade the facilities. We've been neighbors a long time. We know that it's important, and we have no problems with that. The problems we have with the proposal are the implications of that development on the road, and hence our safety, but also the safety of everybody else going up and down. The Alpine Club has suggested as a metric to measure intensity of use the 60 beds or pillows, and that won't change. However, we'd like to suggest that a more realistic metric would be the number of stalls, which is 140. And 140 vehicles potentially means at least 2 usually additional people, plus dogs, traveling in that area, which is already congested and will be even more congested as time goes by. Oh, I see, I'm almost at the end, okay. Oh, this is my 5 minutes. Oh, this is yours. Okay, I'll just stop then and let Lisa go. Sorry, Lisa.
So our issue is, let me get over here. Our issue is traffic. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Just so I can send it along. So, I mean, and Michael showed you pictures earlier of the traffic, but our concern is if we add public parking above our lease, more public parking than we have now, and it's parking that is now available, there will be even more people accessing it. So we have concerns about what that's going to look like. This is what it looks like now on busy days. And these are some examples of just what the road looks like. We could add 50 more stalls at the ACC for public parking, but I suggest that that's not enough, and that we're going to continue to have issues with this. The other issue is that people speed up that road. Right now, we have speeding cars on that road. We have people leaving garbage on the road. We have people defecating along the road, and it's all within our lease. I almost hit a dog this close the other day that came out between vehicles as I was going the speed limit down the road. So it's an ongoing concern, and we don't know that this is going to be solved just by adding 50 stalls of public parking on the ACC lease. We want to say it's also an unusual road. It goes through the middle of a horse facility. That means there's horses, riders, children, pedestrians, cyclists, wildlife, all sharing that space. What is this going to look like if this becomes an official public parking area? Horses are prey animals. They react unpredictably to speeding vehicles, loud traffic, uncontrolled dogs, which is an ongoing issue for us. And this is what we're asking for. We would like right away to have more clear signage on that road immediately before anything else happens. No overnight camping, that's an ongoing issue. No stopping zones, some kind of speed reduction measures before this starts to happen above us here. We want it right now, not years from now. We'd like to have some kind of enforcement happening on the road when people park where we can't get through. Like we have people parking in front of our access. And then big issue long-term, some kind of comprehensive parking strategy for the north side of the Bow Valley that includes the town of Canmore and Alberta Parks, not just the BVRA and the ACC. Some kind of traffic management plan so that there's before additional parking is added to Indian Flats Road or the ACC lease. An ongoing consultation with us, the BVRA. Question I have, has a traffic impact assessment been completed that considers horses, equestrians, pedestrians, and the existing users of Indian Flat Road? I haven't seen anything that shows us thinking about that before we add this in. So I think what we're asking council for is to ensure public safety comes before we increase parking capacity in this area. We support the ACC wanting to upgrade their facilities. That is not an issue. We simply want a safe shared road and the area that this is going to be affected for everyone. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And thank you for making do with less of your time.
I did my best. I was watching it.
I do have a question, and I don't know if you can answer it or it may be administration. Who owns the road?
The road is on public land. The ACC has the license for it currently.
Is it a provincial road?
Would be considered, it's on leased land. So I think, I don't know how, I don't know the answer to that,
So
actually.
there's a couple of things. Ms. Ross, do you have something to help?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it is considered, for us, it is considered a private road because it is entirely on provincial land, not town land.
Right, right. So there's a couple of things with the road, and I just want to bring it up at this point. One, it's outside of the direct control district that we're dealing with. Secondly, when you raise really important issues, really important, the safety, the speed, improper behaviors, all of that. I'm hoping that maybe the DC, by including parking on the ACC site, it might help alleviate that. But it seems to me that there's another process, or maybe it's during development application time, or there's another process between the leaseholders and the province that can help deal with that road. Because it's a difficult thing. A, it's outside of the district that we're dealing with, and B, it's not town property. We can't control it.
It's affected by what you decide in that district, though.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. And so that's why during a development application process, these are the sorts of details that get dealt with.
And that's why I said a traffic assessment
Yeah.
impact survey or something along those lines.
And that will be up to the development authority to decide at the time of the application, absolutely. So thank you for coming. I will ask if there are any other questions. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks for your presentation. This probably more a question for administration, or a couple of questions here. I believe there's a reason behind the nomenclature for what's being proposed as the direct control district being named after the road rather than the Alpine Club of Canada. Is that correct?
That is correct. We're trying to move away from naming DC districts after businesses and organizations, just because those don't have to stay on the land, but the DC district would stay on the land.
Fair enough. And just following up on Mayor Crowser's questions there, so if Indian Flats Road is a private road, who would be responsible for the signage? Like, could the leaseholder put up signage about traffic mitigations and that sort of thing?
Yeah, so it would be the province in cooperation with the leaseholders, essentially. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Good questions. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. So those were our two registered speakers. And so now, as I discussed previously, I want to make sure that everyone here who would wish to speak has an opportunity to speak. So I will now open it up to people present here. Is there anybody else? Is there anybody here that wishes to speak in favor of the application? Yes, sir. Please come forward. We do have a list over here, so if you can state your name before giving your input, but before you sit down, if you could make sure you write out your name so that we have the proper spelling. Great, thank you. Take the moment to set up.
See how many times I can screw up my password.
You know, I was just getting set up here. I had been working on my computer upstairs, and 5 minutes before the meeting starts, I'm being prompted that I have to update my password.
There you go, update max soon. There's the warning. Good morning, and thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jeff Moore. I'm the chair of the Bow Valley Climbers Access Society. The Bow Valley Climbers wow, less coffee or more coffee. The Bow Valley Climbers Access Society is a volunteer organization representing climbers, advocating for responsible access, and supporting long-term sustainability in the Bow Valley. I'm here to express our support for the proposed land use bylaw, particularly because it could improve parking for the climbing areas above the Alpine Club of Canada. In addition, this could reduce the mounting pressure on parking for other climbing areas in the Bow Valley. All right. So I've lived in the Bow Valley for the last 12 years, residing in Harvey Heights. I've been climbing in the Bow Valley for the last 35 years. So I've kind of watched this valley go from handmade hangars and anchors in Grotto Canyon to more than 4,000 established and really good rock climbs. Over the years, the demographic of climbers have certainly changed, but what hasn't shifted is how they treat the environment and minimizing their impact on the land that we recreate on. Many people that I climb with now are local business owners, parents, volunteers, active contributors to this community. For us, it's not just recreation, but it is a community. So the Bow Valley is an international climbing destination. Some of the best climbers in the world have visited us here, from Adam Ondra, Alex Migos, and Sasha DeJulian. But the great thing about this area, it's not just for elite climbers, it really has everything, something for everybody, from beginner routes, family-friendly days out, moderate routes, hard sport climbs, and longer routes. The range and the number of options in the valley is really what makes this special. Bow Valley Climbers Access Society supports the Bow Valley community through advocacy, stewardship, and engaging and encouraging low-impact use of climbing areas and trails. Our role is not to simply ask for more access, it's to help ensure that access is managed responsibly through good trail use, respectful parking, education, cleanup days, and communication with land managers and the broader community. With the growth of climbing, climbing is no longer a fringe activity, and we need to take steps now to ensure that the sport remains sustainable. So there are two areas that are accessed from the parking at Indian Flats Road, or from the ACC. These are two of the best and more popular climbing areas in the Bow Valley, known as Echo Canyon and Bataan. Before last summer, Bataan was accessed from a pullout just off the 1A. As Greymont expanded their operations, as you can kind of see in the red there, we moved the trail to Bataan to share the parking and staging at the Indian Flats Road. This puts a little bit more pressure on this parking area, and hence we're seeing a lot more vehicles and a lot more interactions with our neighbors. Camera data that was obtained with partnership from the Alberta Parks shows about 2,500 visitors per year. This is not small or occasional. This is not a small or occasional destination. These are important, well-used recreation areas, and access and infrastructure kind of needs to reflect that. Echo Canyon, the main area above the ACC, has more than 300 routes. It's a year-round destination with sunny climbing in the winter, spring, and fall, and shady, cool crags to avoid the heat of the summer. The climbing ranges from intermediate friendly routes to some of the hardest sport climbs in Canada, hence the visitation by a guy like Adam Ondra. It includes everything from single rope climbs to climbs that are over 200 meters. Bataan has about 150 plus routes. It sees most visitation in the spring and fall and has some of the highest quality limestone in the valley. Together, Bataan and Echo are the two most important climbing destinations in the climbing area. So with trail camera data and cell phone data that we acquired from McElhaney with the Canmore Area Trail Master Plan, we see some important patterns in use of these areas. About 80% of trail users, and this would include those who are summiting Grotto Mountain, travel before after dawn and before dusk. So we're really reducing potential wildlife interaction, and as the animals, their most active time of day. The approach, that one. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. I think the biggest thing is that with everything that we do as climbers to really respect the land, pack out our garbage, we clean up the trail, we organize trail cleanup days, we really do try and make a small impact. But with about 2,500 users per year, improved parking and unnecessary U-turns that we're seeing on that road would make a huge difference. To be safer, less disruptive for our neighbors. So for these and several other reasons. The biggest thing with wildlife is all that climbing in that area is well above the wildlife corridor. And this really coincides with the Canmore Area Trails master plan strategy of recreating well above the wildlife corridors.
Great, thank you very much, and good summary. Excellent summary. Looking to see if there are any questions from council. I don't see any. So please remember, before you sit down, if you could sign your name or write your name down on the list. So
Great.
we have proper spelling. Thank you for coming out today. Okay, so that was somebody speaking in favor. Is there anyone who's here that wishes to speak against the proposal? Looking to see if there's anyone that wishes to speak in a neutral position. You've already had the opportunity to speak. Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Yes, please come forward. As with the previous speaker, Mr. Lischak, if you could state your name and then sign, especially your name, since the last name's difficult to spell sometimes.
My name's Frank Lischak. I'm an ACC volunteer for a while, and I've got a little presentation, but I think Michael's said much of that, so there's just one point I wanted to make here.
Okay.
And ACC is it's a not-for-profit society, and they have a limited capital budget every year, so it's important that they apply for appropriate grants from the provincial government, and one of those is the Community Futures Grant. And every year it's a June deadline, so if council can give third reading today, that would be very helpful, because that allows us this summer to provide for those vegetation management and environmental surveys that could go on this summer, so that we have a bit of a race to get into the development permit application before next June. Now, the province really likes to see shovel-ready projects, so the closer that we can get to a development permit to do the regrading, which is the first step of everything, that would be very helpful. I'd also like to thank, that's the only point I want to make here, and the other thing I want to say is that I really appreciate the work that Annika Drost and Riley Weldon have guided us through the process here. They were always fair with us. They responded promptly to all our inquiries, and they were always fair in the process. So thanks to them, and I hope we can maintain that relationship as we go forward into the development permit process. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Lischak. Looking to council, see if you have any questions. No, there isn't. So if you could please write your name on the side there, that'd be appreciated. Looking to see, since I didn't hear any neutral or opposed before, I'm just going to open it up. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak in any fashion that hasn't already had the opportunity to speak? And I'll just ask again in case somebody's just pondering maybe. Okay, well, thank you very much for those who provided submissions today. I'm now going to ask the clerk to provide the list of those who have made written submissions.
Yes, we had 52 written submissions in favor from Richard Akit, Josh Albano, Alina Arvase, Brian Balaz, Reese Beaudry on behalf of Climb Alberta, Ethan Berman, Reese Borshnek, Ty Chapman, Gina Caldwell, Naomi Dahl, Bruce Dalton, Riley Dimmer, Jonathan Dornian, Nathan Douglas, Matt Dunlop, Steve Fedina, Ross Fishner, Joel Frund, Jeff Glynn, Ryan Greenberg, Thomas Gruber, Nolan Haas, Andrew Hamill, Jill Ho Yu, Sarah Hunikin on behalf of Mountain Muskox Mentorship Program, G. Jones, Brooklyn Kang, Magda Kosier, Josephine Lalonde Bester, Michelle Lee, Brian Lawrence, Kayo Mackey, Bonar McCallum, Carl Messer-Huber, Michelle Neese, Mark Nesbitt, Marcus Norman, Pascal Huet, Ian Perry, Ellen Powick, Colin Powick, Dale Robotham, Charles Scott, Matt Seelig, Matt Siriso, Grant Stewart, Laura Stubbe, Mason, Mason Tessier, Zach Watson, Stacy Weldon, Scott Yahoo, and James Young. And we did also receive 4 additional submissions from Heather Gibb, Bruce and Cheryl McTrow, Lori Smith, and Lisa Young on behalf of the Bow Valley Riders Association in opposition, and I do apologize if the Bow Valley Riders Association was neutral. Yeah, opposition, okay, thank you. Oh, you weren't.
We're
We
not.
were neutral, that's,
So if we could note them for
Yeah.
the minutes as neutral.
yes,
I think they raised some very serious concerns, but also expressed some support.
yes, that's, that I wanted to clarify,
Yes.
thank
Great.
you.
Thank you very much for that providing that long list of names. Looking to administration, just to see if you have any closing comments. None? Okay. Looking to council to see if you have any final questions before I close the hearing. No? Okay, so I will close this public hearing. Now, just for everyone gathered, because you're probably interested in hearing the discussion that's going to be taking place shortly when second reading is put on the table. This is how it's going to unfold. We have one more public hearing right now. However, is anybody here for the second public hearing? I didn't think so. I don't expect that it will be very long. So we're going to have that very quick public hearing. Then we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back. And after we approve our prior minutes, we'll get right back into this. So just so you know the flow of things, and as we're going to deal with it quickly. Of course, feel free to come and go as you like. Of course, especially if you use facilities or anything like that. So I will move now. I'm just going to close this one into the next public hearing. Okay, so I call to order the public hearing for Bylaw 2026-04. The purpose of this bylaw is to amend the land use bylaw with respect to Subdivision and Development Appeal Board notification procedures. I've just outlined the order, but just to restate, after this introduction, administration will provide a summary, council has an opportunity to ask questions, then there will be an opportunity for anyone to speak. And so with that, let's move to administration's presentation. Mr. Schneider, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This is waiting for the presentation to come up. F8. Okay, my apologies. One of these days I'm going to get it. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for bearing with me. This is Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2026-04, which is entitled Subdivision and Development Appeal Board Procedures. As we went through earlier in last month for first reading, This is really a housekeeping amendment. It was suggested to us by Legislative Services and specifically the former manager of the Municipal Clerk's office before she left the town. The purpose of the bylaw is to acknowledge that the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board can hear appeals for 3 different types of interactions with the planning system. The first is a development permit application in cases. The second is a subdivision decision. And the third is whether or not an applicant or a developer agrees with a stop order that may have been served upon them. The revised bylaw basically spells out the amount of time that they have for the appeal, and it also references the specific section of the Municipal Government Act, which really differentiates sort of who may or may not appeal a decision. So our recommendation today is for Council to give second reading to this land use bylaw amendment, and then third reading as well. Thank you.
Looking to council to see if you have any questions. Seeing none, we ask them first go around. I will ask, thank you so
Thank you.
very much, Mr. Chair. I'll ask again if there's anyone here that would like to speak to this matter. Just double checking, is there anyone that would like to speak to the matter? Okay, I see, having asked twice, I see that there is no one here that wishes to speak to the matter. So we will not have any verbal submissions. I will now ask the clerk, have there been any written submissions?
None have been received.
Great, thank you. All right, in that case, having no questions for administration and no submissions, I will close this public hearing. Now, I'm going to call a meeting break until 10:15, and then we will resume. So I'll wait for the signal. Okay, welcome back from the break. We move to item D of the agenda, which is approval of minutes. We have 3 sets of minutes to approve. Looking at the minutes of May 19th, are there any errors or omissions that any councillor has noticed? No. All right, then I'll move approval of the minutes of May 19th, 2026 special meeting of council as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Now, the May 26 minutes. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll move that we approve the minutes of May 26, 2026 special meeting of council as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And finally, the minutes of June 2nd. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I move that we approve the minutes of June 2nd, 2026 regular meeting of council as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, we're going to move on now to item G1, bylaw approval for the revised land use bylaw amendment 2026-01, Indian Flats Road Direct Control District. We'll not be having a presentation since we already had one this morning. Unless, administration, did you have anything you wanted to add? No? Great. Okay, so I will move that council gives second reading to revised land use bylaw amendment 2026-01, Indian Flats Road Direct Control District. And I'm going to start by putting an amending motion on the table. And that is on the screen, or will be. I know it was there. Essentially, the amending motion is that the name of the bylaw be changed to Revised Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2026-01, lands adjacent to Tînda Mîmân Direct Control District. In speaking to this amending motion, and the reason I'm putting it forward, is that I believe that there are some historical names that are probably not the most appropriate, and Indian Flats is one of them. I don't think that there was anything derogatory or negative intended by the name, but it does reference Indigenous peoples with an outdated term. And so that has raised some concern for me in the past. In the past, we have made a request to the Stoney Nakoda as to if what they would like to have as names for places like Teepee Town or Indian Flats. And they are just inundated with lots of requests. And they said, well, it's something important to talk about. We just don't have time to deal with it right now. However, since that time, over the last couple of years, relationships have deepened. And so I was able to put out some requests to the chiefs and administration of the various First Nations at Stoney Nakoda, as well as speak to elders. And the same name came back over and over and over and over. This is Tînda Mîmân. And in fact, there is a study that is going to be coming out soon on an unrelated matter, but it is of that same name with this same spelling. This actually means round meadow, and it reflects the area that was good for camping as you're traveling from one place to another. And the Stonies used it for that purpose. And so rather than refer to the road, and rather say that these are Tînda Mîmân lands, because they're not, these are the lands adjacent to Tînda Mîmân. And so that is what I'm proposing. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Crowser. I just had a couple questions.
Yeah.
You said you spoke to the Yahe Nakoda First Nations. Did you speak to all three of the the Goodstoney, the Chiniki, and the Bear's Paw, and like elders from each
Yeah.
community?
Not specifically seeking to get input from each, but I actually ended up hearing from each through a variety of ways. I heard from Chief Young directly. I heard from one of the other nations, CAO. I heard from an elder from multiple locations, and they referenced one another. I also heard from Bill Snow.
So, okay. And what, was there a what did Bill Snow say? Because in the past,
It was supportive. He said, yes, that's the name, and this is the spelling that's being used. He's the one that referenced the report that's coming out, and he's the one that's involved with that.
okay. Because I know in the past, it was more of we were asked to wait for a signal from the First Nation that they were prepared to engage in the discussion around the name. And would it be fair to say that you believe they are?
I believe they are. This motion is just about the name for this direct control district. My motion arising that will be after this will actually to be engaged with all of the stakeholders, in particular the Stonies, the Bow Valley Riding Association, the Alpine Club, any other stakeholders as to what the appropriate name is. If a different name arises from that process, we can always come back and change this. And it also references, because it came from the Stonies, that if the formal name is recognized, we would love to do ceremony around it.
Yeah.
Yep.
So where I have, now I'm ready to speak, and I guess I would like to hear back from you as well, is that for me, the second motion, the second follow-up motion is the place to start. And I believe that we need ceremony before we pass this motion.
Yeah.
And so, and I don't believe that this motion correctly describes a place that people would be able to understand where it is, right? Whereas Indian Flats Road is a real, like, it's easy to identify in terms of it being a district. And so I'd like to hear from my colleagues, but for me, it's not that I don't like it, it's that I want to sometimes take the time to get the how we do it right before we do the thing. And so that's why, for me, I would like us to have ceremony with our Indigenous neighbors before we pass motions to change names. And I just want to hear from other people where they're at before I decide, because I don't, it's not that I don't think we'll end up here with a name, maybe this name, but how we get there. And I like that there's been conversation. I like that we've heard from Bill Snow. I like that we've heard from elders in all three communities. But when does ceremony fit in terms of the process, and how do we respect that?
Yeah, thank you for that, and we'll hear from others if they wish to speak to it. But I would say, in response to what you've raised, we're not renaming something. This is, in fact, if you look on the MD Bighorn site, they refer to Tînda Mîmân, slightly different spelling. And that was a joint effort between, I believe, First Nations and the Government of Canada and the MD of Bighorn, describing that area. And when talking with, both in person and through email and text with various individuals, they're just like, oh, that's Tînda Mîmân. And so I don't think that we are getting ahead of it, other than the fact that I don't want to approve something that says Indian Flats anymore. Looking to others, Councillor Murray, what's your thoughts on the amending motion?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I'm going to be in support of the amending motion with the name change to this area of our land use bylaw, and I appreciate you taking the time to actually, do some research about the traditional name for that location. Obviously, I think the other motion that you'll be putting forward, the motion arising, is probably the more important one as far as actually doing the engagement and getting to a point where we could potentially rename this area and have a ceremony. But I also don't see the need to perpetuate a potentially problematic name within our land use bylaw and other documents. So this is just sort of a signal that, you know, we're working towards something. And at the end of the day, if the name that ends up coming out of this is something that doesn't match what we're putting forward now, we can, like you mentioned, we can always change it at a future date. So I'm supportive of this sort of token to our Indigenous friends and neighbors that we're working on changing problematic names, and we'll continue to do the more important work of doing it officially, potentially.
Thank you. And I should add, and I don't know if this goes to Councillor Forbert's concern, I didn't just ask, what's this area called? I put it in the context is that we are going to be approving a direct control district that currently incorporates that name. I'm wondering what it's called because I'd prefer not to perpetuate older names. You know, it was in that context that the questions were asked. Councillor Mîmân.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just out of curiosity, in your conversations with Bill Snow, the various leaderships of the nations, did anyone bring up anything with regards to ceremony during
Yes.
these times? Okay.
Yeah, and I did not have a conversation with Bill Snow. That came through one of the CAOs who had been in contact with Bill Snow because he had been recently hired, I think it was at the Goodstonies. And they reached out to Bill. Bill answered the question that I had put forward, and then it was forwarded to me. Another one of the CAOs indicated that should this move forward, we would love to have ceremony around it.
Okay. But they didn't specify like a certain order of operations or anything? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Marin.
Yeah, I just wanted recognize, so I hear what Councillor Foubert is saying and I hear what everybody else is saying. I think we are all trying to do the right thing as far as moving forward with the correct naming and respecting the Indigenous names of these lands. So whether we first look at the motion arising and go that route first, or whether we do this first, I think regardless, that we are trying to do the best thing moving forward. I will support this motion with the motion arising to make sure that there is follow-up and further consultation, and then the option to change if something comes out of that consultation.
Great, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Councillor Foubert.
I believe we also have a motion on the books around working with our Indigenous interest holders that would have potentially led to a similar result. So I feel like there was some direction around this in the past. It's just been, this direct control district has created the circumstance for the conversation to be had between the mayor and the chiefs. If through that process no one has raised concerns about the name change without ceremony first, I'm comfortable supporting it. I do think that it's important then when we have these conversations to think about protocol and ask those questions, especially with the fact that Bill Snow's position exists. And I think that the follow-up motion will be really important because I believe that there is a great potential within this space to do reconciliation work and find space for Indigenous culture in Canmore. So I think that there's great potential here, so I'll support the motion. Thank you to my colleagues and the mayor for addressing my concerns.
Great. Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I'll call the vote on the amending motion. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Now that brings us back to the original motion, but it's now amended. And the motion is now that council gives second reading to revised Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2026-01, lands adjacent to Tînda Mîmân Direct Control District. Anyone wishing to speak to the motion? Councillor Faubert?
I like to start us off sometimes, so I'll do that. For me, I will be speaking in favor of the rezoning, second reading. I believe that the rezoning is needed to bring this district in line with the current uses and future needs. I think historically, it aligns with past zoning before the lands were annexed into the town of Canmore. I also think the fact that the ACC is a nonprofit enterprise that contributes greatly to our community of Canmore locally, but also the mountaineering community more broadly across Western Canada is a significant community benefit. Current site characteristics and constraints need to be addressed for future success of not just the ACC, but other interest holders and users of this land. This is a busy landscape, and when I look at the direct control district, what I see is the framework for addressing many of the concerns that have been raised, and really valid ones, especially by the riding association. The fact that there is an increase in the number of parking stalls doesn't automatically mean that it will increase traffic, but it does create the potential to create controls and create mechanisms for addressing what's happening with traffic now. Without the DC district, I don't think that there is a mechanism to start addressing these issues. This is the first step. This is what has to happen in order for that road to eventually be addressed. But the district itself is in terms of the concept, in terms of the land use, in terms of the scale of, it's not really an increase in use in terms of the visitor accommodation units, but it is creating the potential for what is already approved there to actually work. And given the resources needed for the Alpine Club of Canada to actually resource their community, and which is part of our community, the mountaineering, the climbing community is identifiable, and it's not just here. And so this is a unique culture and economy, and because the Alpine Club is a nonprofit, and because they have a history of sustainability and respecting the landscape, I believe that the test has been met to move to the direct control district from a conservation wildland district. There's no increase in hotel units. The addition of staff accommodation is going to benefit not just the Alpine Club, but the community as well. And it's challenging because it is a private road, and the private road is not in the DC district that we're discussing. But I do believe that, like I said already, the DC district, because it's crafted well, will, once it flows out, the process will take stages, and at each part, there will be another process and another permit where the details get worked out. And I know it can be hard at this stage to envision what those solutions will be, but for me, what is needed to deliver into the future land use for our community that benefits not just our residents, but the broader community and economy and environment, this hits the mark. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll add to your remarks and echo all of them. I especially want to address the concerns raised around traffic and road use. But first of all, I'll state that I support this motion. I believe that it's a positive step forward to deal with these lands in this way rather than a number of one-off applications over time. This is more efficient, it's more economical, and it's a better process. With respect to the traffic and road use, very serious concerns raised. obviously, and it's a unique situation. You have to go through another, well, not terribly unique, but it's a situation where you have to go through another piece of land that has certain needs on it, and safety for people, safety for horses, making sure that both uses can work well together. So while that, I believe, are the sorts of things that would be worked out at a later stage, I actually think, based on what we learned about who owns the road, that those concerns will be dealt with in two ways. One, partially they may be dealt with through the development permit process. However, I believe that the way that these will be dealt with most effectively is between the parties working together along with the province. I believe that the interested leaseholders and the lessor need to talk about use of the road and how it can work for everyone involved to make sure that it's safe. There may be discussions about signage, there may be discussions about enforcement, there may be discussions around road design to discourage speeding or discourage parking. I don't know. So I think that those are the sorts of things, but it's not this process that will deal with that. It's another process. And so with that, I will support the motion. Councillor Maw.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the comments brought forth by Councillor Faubert and yourself. I will be supporting the motion. I do feel that the Alpine Club does bring exceptional benefit to the community. And I also feel that in light of the CAT-MP, Canmore Area Trail Master Plan, there is pointing towards we do need more parking in this region, and eventually this project, this DC, may facilitate that. Having said that, these things do not happen overnight. There's a window of time, and I do feel the concerns brought forward by the Riding Association, they are serious and meaningful, and like yourself, Mayor Krauser, I would encourage further collaboration. Let's minimize those issues as we move further into the development process. Thank you.
Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I'll be supporting, I'll be voting in approval of second reading here. Echoing what everyone else has already said, you've spoken quite eloquently, Mayor Krauser, to the traffic concerns that have been raised. I just wanted to add that I really feel that having the ACC HQ in Canmore has been a real sort of feather in our cap for this community, and the fact that they were looking at other places to move to. If they had pulled the trigger on any of those, I think it would have been a real loss for this community to not have the ACC here. So I just want to say thanks to the ACC for sticking it out for all these years under the current zoning and conditions they've had to operate in. And it's a really thoughtful plan that's put forward that seems to strike a good balance between respecting the nature and wildlife, but also allowing them to grow and thrive. And I hope they do.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you. I will also be supporting second and third reading. I think everything's already been said that needs to be said. I just want to thank everyone that came out to the public hearing and brought those concerns. Like, they've been heard, and I look forward to how those get addressed in the future. And the start, this district needs to be enabled so that those conversations can continue and solutions can be found. So I will be supporting.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. I'm not feeling super chatty today, so I'll keep this fairly short. Just want to thank the ACC and our administration for putting together a thoughtful plan. Thank you to the Bow Valley Riding Association for bringing your concerns, and hopefully they can be addressed over the next while here. I look forward to supporting this, and thank you to my colleagues for all their comments.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Marin.
Yeah, most everything has been said already. I also will be supporting second and third motion. I'm very encouraged that the ACC and the neighboring leaseholders have the same concerns over safety of people, of animals, of everybody using that space. So I am confident that that will be a priority as you move forward into the development permit stage, and that there will be consultation to ensure that that stays a priority for everybody who uses that land. So thanks for all the work that you did putting all of that together.
Thank you, Councillor. Now to call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that Council give third reading to revised Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2026-01, lands adjacent to Tînda Mîmân Direct Control District. Would anybody like to provide any additional comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Great, thank you very much. I recognize not everybody is going to be interested in all of the topics today, so feel free to stay and partake. Also feel free to go as you please. We're moving on to item G2. Oh, the motion rising, sorry, thank you. Appreciate that. Before we move to the, and thank you to the municipal clerk for putting it up, there is a motion arising. And so I am going to move that council directs administration to work with the Stoney Nakoda First Nations, the province of Alberta, and other affected parties, including the Alpine Club of Canada and the Bow Valley Riding Association, to explore formally changing references to the area known as Indian Flats and Indian Flats Road to the traditional Stoney Nakoda name for the lands being Tînda Mîmân, as well as any ceremony in conjunction with the same as advised by the Stoney Nakoda First Nations. I think we spoke to this quite a bit when talking about the name change, but to just summarize, I sent out a number of emails and had lots of communication, and all of it was confirming that this is what that area is called, and confirming that nobody raised a concern that we were talking about it. Nobody raised a concern about having it formally recognized. And I think that if anything, there was appreciation that we're bringing up, and it was very, very friendly. So I look forward to this process being underway should you support this motion. Would anybody like to speak to this motion? Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mayor Crowser. I'm wondering if this leaves any flexibility just in case this name should be decided to be something else. I'm confident in the research that you've done and the conversations that you've had. I wonder if there should be some flexibility in the last piece of this, the line being Tînda Mîmân, or whatever comes out of the process. Thoughts?
I think there's the flexibility just through the exploring. Given the breadth of feedback I'd receive, I'd be surprised if there's anything else.
Yep.
I would consider friendly amendments such as adding after pronounced Tînda Mîmân or such other name as recommended by the Stoney Nakoda.
I would appreciate some language in there like that.
As recommended by the Stoney Nakoda. Yes, comma, yeah. So I will make that friendly amendment.
Thank you, sir.
I don't think it changes it. It just clarifies that obviously through exploration, you discover things. And
Maybe.
if something is discovered that's different than that, then obviously it changes the course.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone, thank you for that, Councillor Graham. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you, and thank you for reminding me about my motion arising. We'll now move on to item G2, which is the revised Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2026-04, Subdivision and Development Appeal Board Notification Procedures. We've already had a presentation on this, so I will move straight to making a motion for second reading. I move that council give second reading to revised Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2026-04, Subdivision and Development Appeal Board Notification Procedures. I spoke to this on first reading that I'm not always comfortable making direct reference to another statute. In case that statute changes, then you have to go change your statute. However, I do see the reasons for it and to make an exception here. And so I am supportive of this motion. It does make it clearer for people rather than sending them to go check another piece of legislation for us to have it directly. Anyone else wishing to speak to the second reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move the council give third reading to revise land use bylaw amendment 2026-04, subdivision and development appeal board notification procedures. Anyone wishing to speak to third reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Now we'll move to item G3, and after G3, just so you know, I intend for us to take a short break. So G3 is revised land use bylaw amendment 2026-10, Palliser Trail Spa Direct Control District revising bylaw. Mr. Stiver, welcome to the podium.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Happy to be back.
Whenever you're ready, the microphone is yours.
Alrighty. So here today to talk about the revised land use bylaw amendment 2026-10, Palliser Trail Spa DC District revising bylaw. So why we're here today. So as you all know, you gave third reading to 2026-02 on June 2nd. However, the new section that was outlined in Schedule B was listed as 14.45. However, in the current issue of the revised land use bylaw, 14.5 is already, 0.45 is already assigned to the Canmore Creek Chalet. So can't have two 14.5, so a revising bylaw is now needed to change it. So we are proposing 14.47 as the land adjacent to Tînda Mîmân is now 14.46. So lots of moving parts here. Yeah. So this is going to be a revising bylaw, and as we've done before, these are for to correct any clerical, technical, grammatical, or typographical errors in the bylaw, which I'd say this is. So presented to you today are the 4 recommendations to give first, second, and third readings to the bylaw.
Exactly.
I'm not going to do it. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Mr. Stiver, one thing, I want to make sure it's clear. Councillor Marin brought it up earlier. She couldn't vote on the original approval because she wasn't here for the public hearing. But since that's done, this is now what I believe to be it's a clerical correction, and it's a new process.
Yeah.
And so I don't see any reason why she should not vote. In fact, I think since she's here, she has to vote.
Yeah, absolutely, because this is a new bylaw to amend the land use bylaw, so we're actually not amending 2026-02. So yeah, this is a totally new thing.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just wanted to put that out there so that it's spoken to. Any questions of Mr. Stiver before I put a motion on the table? Seeing none, thank you very much. I will then move the council give first reading to revised land use bylaw amendment 2026-10, Palliser Trail Spa Direct Control District revising bylaw. This is just a housekeeping item, of which I'm sure there'll be lots of support. Anyone wishing to speak to it? All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll move the council give second reading to revise land use bylaw amendment 2026-10, Palliser Trail Spa Direct Control District revising bylaw. Anyone wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that council give leave to go to third reading of revised land use bylaw amendment 2026-10, Palliser Trail Spa Direct Control District revising bylaw. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And now I'll move the council give third reading to revised land use bylaw amendment 2026-10, Palliser Trail Spa Direct Control District revising bylaw. Anyone wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And we'll take a short break until 10:55. Ms. Jones, let me know when we're back streaming. Okay, we're back from the break, and now we are moving to item G4, Town Center Area Redevelopment Plan Implementation Package, Municipal Development Plan Bylaw Amendment 2025-40, and Revised Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2025-36. And I will now turn it over to Mr. Schneider. Welcome back to the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And whenever you're ready, please proceed.
Okay. Before I start, I would like to introduce Mr. Scott Bell, who is in council chambers this morning. Mr. Bell is our new senior policy planner.
Excellent.
And we'll be working with matters such as this moving forward.
Well, welcome to the town of Canmore. Nice to meet you. And to celebrate your arrival, the microphones are now working, so thank you. All right, welcome.
Without Brennan, I don't know where we would be.
Exactly.
Mr. Gravel is here as well, who has contributed a lot to the research that's gone into this. And to draw a parallel to major events going on in the world right now, he may be a late second half substitution if it looks like we're going into extra time.
Okay.
So we are, just a little bit of history on the Town Center Area Redevelopment Plan and the implementing bylaws that are currently before Council. The TCARP was approved by Council in July of 2025, last year. And in late 2025, administration put forward a proposal to bring the land use bylaw and the municipal development plan into alignment. It was introduced at council in December. It went for first reading on January 6th of 2026. February 3rd, the public hearing was held. And then on March the 3rd, 2026, council deferred giving second and third reading to the bylaws and passed a series of motions requesting further research for administration to look at and to report back. So today is the day that we're going to be reporting back on those various motions, and council will hopefully have the opportunity following that to consider both of the bylaws in front of council. Just as a visual tool, what we've done here is we have mapped out the various properties that are cited within the motions, and we've also included the area surrounding Mount Peachy Place that are potentially subject to a restrictive covenant. And this is something that council dealt with the approval of the area redevelopment plan. So to get into the motions, we'll start with motion number 51, which was to direct administration to report back by the July 2026 regular meeting of council with options to amend the town center area redevelopment plan and/or the land use bylaw that would allow the following residential areas to be either R1, R2, or R2A instead of R4, as recommended by administration based on traffic impacts, emergency access, and lot configuration, including setbacks. And these areas included 1, 3, 5, and 7 Railway Court, the area north of the pond, which includes 1251, 1255, 1259, 1263, and 1267 7th Avenue. The area west of 9th Avenue, which includes 1001, 1002, 1005, and 1009 10th Street, 1010 11th Street, and 1016 and 1020 9th Avenue. Also, the area that includes 902, 906, 910, 914, 918, 922, and 926 9th Avenue, 9th Street, I beg your pardon, Riverview Place, and then finally the area that includes 100, 103, 105, 107, and 109 Spring Creek Drive. So essentially, we have three potential alternatives that that council can look at and administration have examined as alternatives to the proposed R4. We did do our engineering friends did a technical feasibility analysis as requested by council. They have no concerns, and basically, if a traffic impact assessment has been done for properties that would be going to R4, all of the three land use districts that are on the table are of a lesser density and of a lesser intensity. Excuse me. The table that's on the screen and in the report gives a summary of the differences between the two districts. All of the districts contemplate attached dwellings with accessory development units as permitted uses. All of the districts contemplate detached dwellings without an ADU as discretionary uses. Duplex dwellings within R2 and R2A are both permitted uses, and R2A also allows for the development of townhomes and stacked townhomes. There is a note that the townhome within R2A is also listed as a discretionary use. I apologize for that inclusion. For density, within R1, it's basically one principal dwelling per one lot. However, R2 and R2A do allow for a dwelling unit to be a minimum amount of lot area, and that allows us, for example, if a duplex is built on one lot, then after the building permit is issued for the duplex, we typically see a very quick subdivision application to split the lot into two to allow for both dwelling units to be conveyed to different parties. R2A has the same. However, R2A also, because of townhouses, that allows for greater land assembly to occur for a townhouse development, and the Mallard Alley townhouses is a great example of that. In looking at the alternative districts, administration note that R1 is the lowest density. R2 does permit detached and dwellings and duplex dwellings, and R3 has a more broad flexibility for contemplating dwelling unit forms. Our recommendation of the three districts would therefore be R2A, because it does allow for greater flexibility in housing forms. And although it doesn't meet the standard that the current ARP has, it definitely aligns the closest if we're looking at the three options. So if council chooses to act on motion 51 and contemplate a lower density land use district, there would be a future map amendment to the land use bylaw, and there would also have to be some form of an amendment to the ARP to reflect this change. And that's what
Mr. Schneider, just to put it in context then, as you go through each motion, the way that this is all structured with the recommended motions is that it takes into account these recommendations for the bylaws before us by removing certain elements and whatnot, or recommending to not approve something. And then it provides motions that ask administration to go back and bring back the land use bylaw amendments that will give effect to these recommendations, as well as the ARP change. Great. So we're in that context.
You are correct. We are speaking to each individual motion, and then the recommendations reflect everything in its totality.
Great.
One of the things that we would bring to council's attention is the ARP shows in graphic form a number of properties within the residential area that would be eligible for a density bonus, assuming that these would be changed to R2. The graphic that's on the screen shows that there would be a number of properties if council decides on a lower density residential district that these would be lost for density bonusing. The density bonusing targets for the properties that would remain would be for either affordable housing on site or they would be cash in lieu that can be used elsewhere for affordable housing in the community. And the ARP also speaks to a funding strategy to implement further the greater goals and objectives of the plan. It's not. This is something that will be coming forward to council through the budgeting process in future years, and there is the possibility that proceeds from a density bonus could be part of this greater funding strategy as well. So that's motion 51. Motion 52 is the R2 lots that are adjacent to River Road. In looking at these properties, the functionality of the zoning isn't within question. So if council chose to amend to R2, or if council chose to reaffirm R2, obviously no further land use bylaw amendment for these properties would be required, but there would be, again, as in motion 51, there would be a subsequent amendment to the ARP required. Motion 53 is the areas north of 7th Street and east of 6th Avenue, along with properties on Mallard Alley, excluding those related to a specific direct control district. Similar to motion 52, approval of this motion would simply require that these properties be removed from the amending bylaw. And once again, and this is a recurring theme, there would have to be a subsequent amendment to the ARP to reflect this lower density. Motion 54 is the lots across from the pond that are named parcels 434-453 and 433-136 to be ED instead of R1. This is actually already supported within the ARP, so no amendment to the ARP would be required here. The properties would be withdrawn from Bylaw 2025-36, but a subsequent map amendment would follow likely if we were having to amend the ARP. A map amendment would be included to recognize this change. Motion 55 deals with properties on Railway Avenue north of 10th Street, and at this point in time, they're residential in nature. They were proposed to be redesignated to Gateway District, and this is actually the subject of the Municipal Development Plan amendment as well. Similar to motions 52 and 53, it's basically for retention of existing land use designation, but there is a small pocket, and you can see it on the map that there are two R1 properties that are adjacent to the Spurline Trail that are actually captioned within this motion. So if council were to approve this motion, those properties would be redesignated to R3, but we do have an alternative that we can speak to later. If these were to remain residential, there would be, as before, there would be the requirement to amend the ARP, and council could also choose to simply remove these properties from the ARP altogether. Just going to take a quick drink. Now, motion 57 deals with a number of issues and of concerns that were raised at the public hearing. The first speaks to BODA's submission with regarding exemptions to water body setback rules, and in considering this topic further. Administration are recommending actually that these regulations be withdrawn from the land use amendment, and that we take a more fulsome look at water body setbacks throughout the community as a whole, and any changes that would be recommended from administration would be done through the greater land use bylaw rewrite. The second question is with respect to Riverside Park. What guarantee is there, if any, that Riverside Park will remain a park if it is changed from conservation of wildlands to public use? The proposed change actually aligns with the park's existing use. A park or open space is actually not a listed use within the CW district. And really, this reflects the park as it is today. And it doesn't guarantee no redevelopment later in the future. But at the same time, I think it's pretty well recognized that this is a community amenity, and anything that would come forward to change the form and character of Riverside Park would be a separate council approval. I think that basically spells out how we think about that. The third item that motion 57 is dealing with is what is the impact of rezoning on uses that would then become legal non-conforming? Can there be a legacy use for the owner to rebuild under the previous zoning if their property were to be subject to a situation where the home became irreparably damaged? And as we discussed in previous meetings, that the MGA's regulations regarding non-conforming uses would apply to the bylaw as it's written today. However, if council so chooses to amend properties to R4, an overlay district that is specific to the ARP plan area could be included in a future bylaw amendment that would reflect quote-unquote legacy uses on properties that are moving in designation from whatever they are to R4. So we can deal with this at council's discretion, at council's direction. Finally, motion 58 is to report back to council with options to amend the land use bylaw as it pertains to the area within the ARP to allow for single detached dwellings to remain as a legacy use within the plan area, with policy options to potentially incentivize energy efficient standards and to include mandatory accessory dwelling units. And the answer to that is it would only apply to properties that would be changing to R4. It wouldn't apply to properties that are currently R2 or R2A. But if council wishes administration to pursue this to the extent of what's quoted in the motion, then yes, we can provide, similarly to the previous motion, we can provide an overlay specific to the ARP plan area that would reflect this direction. So, as I've noted in my presentation, approval of most of these motions will require some form of amendment to the ARP, and we would ask that if that's council's direction, and this is included in the recommendation, that the council provide direction as to whether or not to amend the ARP, and that would come forward at a future date. So as I mentioned, there are a couple of alternatives that are listed that don't currently form part of the recommendation. If council recalls those two lots up at the top of Railway Avenue within the R3, they could be withdrawn as from the amendment as well, and they would retain their R1 status. This will, again, just consistent with what else will occur on Railway Avenue. Obviously, we would have to reflect this within a future amendment to the ARP, and these lots could in fact be removed from the ARP altogether. The second alternative is related to if the motion's related to land use density increasing to the R4 district. If those are defeated, we would proceed within the proposed R4 designation within the plan area, but we would also implement motion 58 and part of motion 57, which would require staff to bring forward an overlay and to reflect legacy uses, or to the extent that motion 58 quotes. It would require an additional council motion, and that motion is up on the screen and is in the council report. So the recommendations, and we do have a few, that are before council now, are that council give second reading to Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2025-36. Recommendation number 2 is that council amend revised Land Use Bylaw 2025-36 by removing amendments related to water body setbacks, which would specifically be 1.14.2, 2.4.3.8, and 2.4.8 from the land use amendment. And direct administration to address water body setbacks regulation through the land use bylaw rewrite. Recommendation number 3 is council amend revised land use bylaw 2025-36 to remove the amendments related to residential development, which would then be withdrawing the proposed changes to section 3.12, which is the R4 district, and 10.6, which was intended as a pilot project for density bonusing. So those would be removed from the bylaw amendment. The council amend revised bylaw. The council amend revised land use bylaw 2025-36 by striking out the existing Schedule A and substituting the amended Schedule A as seen as in attachment 3. Recommendation 5 is that council give third reading to revised bylaw land use amendment 36 following the above. And this is actually important because there are other regulations that are captioned within this land use bylaw amendment that deal with lands within the town center district, which basically brings the urban design objectives that the ARP has into full conformance. It also includes the creation of the mixed-use transition district, which is the block on 8th Street to the west of 8th Avenue.
So, Mr. Schneider, just so I'm clear, as I'm directing the motions, the way I see this going is that I would put second reading on the table, and then I'd bring individually 2, 3, and 4 as amending motions to that second reading. They'll pass or not pass. And then we go back to second reading, whether it's amended or not, and then give third reading. Because we wouldn't pass second reading and then bring amendments. It has to be an amendment to a reading, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
Understood.
Yeah, okay. I'm just wanting to make sure that that's understood. Okay.
Recommendation 6, again, deals with the MDP amendment.
If you could just flip the screen.
Yes.
Thanks. Thank you.
So much going on.
Oh, yeah.
Recommendation 6 deals with council defeating the MDP bylaw amendment, and that's related to the properties on Railway Avenue. Recommendation 7 is that council direct administration to draft amendments to revised land use bylaw amendment 2025-36 that would allow the area fronting on to 7th Avenue across from the pond containing the specific parcels to be redesignated to ED instead of R1, as referenced in motion 54. I promise I'm getting to the end. Recommendation 8 is that council direct administration to draft amendments to the revised land use bylaw amendment 2025-36 that would allow the following residential areas, and I've already referenced them specifically in motion 51, to be either R1, R2, or R2A instead of R4, as recommended by administration based on traffic impacts, emergency access, and lot configuration, including setbacks, as referenced in motion 51. Recommendation 9 is that council direct administration to bring required amendments to the ARP. And that's it. And the Lord said it was good.
Easy peasy.
Easy peasy, exactly. The map on the screen would be the revised Schedule A, which also, again, and I keep coming back to this, it also contemplates those two R1 lots on Railway Avenue to move to R3. But that can be dealt with if council so chooses. I thought it would also be useful, and this will be my final slide, is that these are the lots that are captioned within the motions that would be removed from the amending bylaw Schedule A.
And yeah, retaining their current until any amendments,
Yep,
further
exactly.
amendments come forward.
Yep. Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Thus concludes my presentation.
First of all, before I go to questions, I just want to put this out front and make this perfectly clear, and this underlines, I think, this whole conversation, I hope, is that I want to acknowledge the great work done by administration, both in bringing forward the original Town Centre ARP and in responding to these unusual or out of the ordinary council motions that arose from the public hearing, and council is taking a look at these issues. So I just want to say that this is wonderful work. The way that you and your team have laid this out is appreciated, and I just want you to know that this is not about a criticism of administration as much as council giving some rethought to some of the elements of the original ARP, but it's not to be interpreted as any comment on the quality of work that was done.
That's understood, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so I will open it up to questions before I start to put motions on the table. Councillor Faubert, you have a question.
Yes. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Steiner. With respect to the alternative and the overlay, if the overlay was successful, would the density bonusing still be able to be maintained?
It would, and the density bonusing would be maintained, and the policies within the ARP would essentially be maintained. However, council does have the ability to give further direction, which was referenced in motion 58.
And just for clarity, the overlay question comes in with respect to the 8th motion that is bringing back some amendments for R1, R2, and R2A instead of R4. If that were defeated, then an overlay motion could be brought in to address some of the reasons behind the original motion that arose.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
And that was my next question, is that in order for that alternative to move forward, motion 8, and I believe motion 3, removing amendments related to residential development, those two, like that one I would like to, when we get to the point, maybe suggest that motion number 3 move in the order till after
I see.
8.
So does that make sense, what I'm hearing Councillor Faubert suggest? Because I'm sensing that she would like to explore the overlay option, that we would deal with amendment, but that's after the revised land use is dealt with. Let me structure this a different way. Is the third recommended motion, which is one of the amending motions to second reading of the revised land use bylaw, if that were to be approved, does that prevent at all the overlay option?
No, it doesn't. You can still direct us to put the overlay motion in, because there's still lots within the plan area that are currently designated as R4, and there are some that are currently still they're captioned outside of the motions that could also move to R4.
And the ARP policies would likely have to be updated anyway.
That's
so if
correct.
they come out, there would still be subsequent. So what I'm hearing is we don't need to delay 3.
Okay.
It's only 8 is, if that's defeated, then an alternative about the overlay can be brought in. But 3 is not affected, it can still go ahead, and an overlay can still go ahead.
Yeah. And then,
Okay.
Mr. Schneider, did you also suggest that even if 8 passes, an overlay is still an alternative, just broadly speaking? Like if...
The overlay wouldn't apply to the properties that are referenced within motion 51 and 52 and 53 for that matter. But as I indicated before, there are still properties that are currently designated R4, and as you could see within the revised Schedule A, there are still some properties that are outside of the motions that could be contemplated to move to R4. And if that's the case, then if council so wishes, then administration can prepare an overlay that would be part of a public hearing that can reflect that.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Good questions. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Schneider, for your presentation. I feel like we're getting a little bit into the weeds of planning that I don't have a lot of expertise in. How does an overlay work? And I guess the second part of that question is why would we go with that method rather than revising what is in R4 just to include these kinds of legacy uses as just part of the zoning?
Okay, that is a very valid question. An overlay can be put into a land use bylaw that's either geographically based or it can be based on some kind of physical and environmental constraint that applies to that part of the municipality, but not to the municipality as a whole. So right now, our overlays are more with respect to hazard mitigation for steep creeks, for example. In this case, it would, as opposed to creating another R4 district, which we would have to do, it's cleaner and it's more efficient to use an overlay because we want these regulations to only apply to lands within the ARP plan area. R4 is used in many other parts of the community, and I'm not certain that council wants these regulations to apply to the community as a whole at this point in time.
Right. So if, for example, because I know there's a number of R4 in South Canmore already, if there was a single family home there that wanted to redevelop, they would run into these same legacy issues because they don't have that overlay, is that correct?
Yeah, I think, and I'm editorializing at the moment, most of the R4 properties that are currently within, within the area of the school, those have actually been redeveloped, and there's only a few, a couple actually of old single detached properties. This is my assessment of it, but with land economics being what they are in the community, it makes sense for whoever is looking to redevelop that lot to redevelop it at a higher density than what's currently there. The issues that were brought forward at the public hearing are slightly different in my mind because we're dealing with much newer housing stock, and if I can speak on behalf of the people that gave input at the public hearing, they're more concerned that a catastrophic event would prevent them from rebuilding what they want to do in the future. So this addresses that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Schneider. Just a couple of questions for those watching at home. What is the timeline on the land use bylaw rewrite again, just to remind us all?
I think it'll be about 1.5 to 2 more years, and there will be opportunity. We're at the point now where we're starting to draft regulations and see where existing districts can be consolidated. I believe as part of the People Pathways and Places engagement program that we will be coming back for another round of engagement in the fall.
Okay, thank you. And just again for those watching at home, in current R4 regulations, you can build an R2A as a discretionary use. Is that correct?
I don't quite understand that.
If it was a property is zoned R4, is R2A an option, a discretionary use? R2A would only be, or lands, I guess the short answer to that is no with an asterisk. There is overlap between uses within R4 and R2A, but not all uses. So for example, this is where the bylaw amendment came in to add duplex dwellings as a discretionary use where there were lot constraints available. That's part of the amendment at this point in time. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? I don't see any. So thank you very much,
Thanks so
Mr.
much.
Schneider and your team, once again, for the excellent work. So now, I will start to put some motions on the table. So first, we'll turn to second reading of the 2025-36. So I'll move the council give second reading to revised land use bylaw amendment 2025-36, Town Center Area Redevelopment Plan implementation. Before speaking to that motion, I will first put an amending motion, which is that council amend revised land use bylaw amendment 2025-36, Town Center Area Redevelopment Plan implementation, by removing the amendments related to water body setbacks, which is sections 1.14.2, 2.4.3.8, and 2.4.8, and direct administration to address water body setback regulations through the land use bylaw rewrite. In speaking to the amending motion, I appreciate the feedback that was provided by BODA that gave rise to this element in our motions from March 3rd. And I appreciate administration taking a look at it and recognizing that there's a valid concern and that this should be part of the larger land use bylaw rewrite. So I will be supporting this amending motion. Councillor Graham, to the amending motion.
Your Worship, I'm wondering if these motions can be displayed for all to watch. And for me to read. I do have them, but everybody else watching at home.
Okay,
And I'm sure we're working on it.
sure. No, it's a good suggestion. Thank you.
No, I'm not speaking to the motion.
Okay. So we'll wait for those to come up. So I've basically put the first motion on the table, and motion number 2 is an amending motion, so I've moved that as an amending motion to second reading. Councillor Marin, to the amending motion.
Yeah, I'll be speaking in favor for the amending motion. I think there was considerable concerns that were raised about the water body setbacks and how those might actually play out in practicality. So I'm happy to see that this will be looked at in more detail and support removing it from, or this amendment to the land use bylaw.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the amending motion? Councillor Maw.
Thank you, Worship. I also believe that this is a good idea, kind of kicking this down, sorting out the water body component at the land use bylaw. So I think this is a smart tactical way to approach the various concerns that were brought forth, and some of these are unique situations too. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the amending motion. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I will now move to the second amending motion that was recommended, and that is that Council amend revised land use bylaw amendment 2025-36 Town Centre Area Redevelopment Plan implementation by removing the amendments related to residential development, sections 3.12 and 10.6. In speaking to the motion, this is recognizing that the policy statements would no longer be accurate based on changes to various residential areas. And this does not mean that they'll be gone permanently. It would be one of those elements that would likely come back as part of the last motion regarding amendments to the Town Centre Area Redevelopment Plan, because there would need to be a new policy statements made in those areas. Anyone else wishing to speak to this motion? Councillor Faubert.
Yes, Your Worship. I am voting against this motion, and I am doing so because I believe that we have an alternative through an overlay to maintain the medium density R4 district and the density bonusing in a way that addresses all the concerns, but just in a different way than what the 8th motion proposes to do. But in order for that the alternative to move forward, I think we need to keep these 2 sections, and this motion needs to be defeated. One of the most important reason I'm arguing in this position is that we have declared a climate crisis in Canmore. And we recently had a report on our Climate Emergency Action Plan, and it clearly identifies building form and the buildings that we build into the future as a space where we can have an impact, a tangible impact on reducing greenhouse gas emissions in our community. And so that is something we can't do without a bonus. We need to have a scheme to give something in exchange for something we can't require under the building code, which is higher energy efficiency. Higher energy efficiency is achievable in a higher built form. We can't achieve these outcomes at an R2 or an R1, but an overlay would allow everyone to actually have what they want, which is almost an impossible thing in our world of politics, is an option that gives everyone a win. Because the higher density would be available for the future to access, which is an option, but the R1 is maintained, which we heard from the community was very important in terms of homeowners being able to understand that there's certainty that their newer homes would continue into the future. It doesn't create legally non-conforming lots. It creates the potential for, in each of these areas that have been identified through other motions, for those same outcomes to be available, but it also creates the opportunity for higher density bonusing. And I think that that is a potential that we can't walk away from because we have declared a climate crisis. Right? I think that it is incumbent upon us underneath that declaration to do more and to achieve higher, potentially innovative policy measures in land use, because that is a space where we can actually do climate work. And so I understand if I don't have support for the position I'm pursuing, but I really, really strongly believe that we have the potential here to address the concerns and maintain the work and the progress that we've done through land use planning to achieve some of our climate outcomes. And so I look forward to the debate from my colleagues. This is only the third motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Marin?
Yeah, I appreciate Councillor Faubert's thoughts and sharing all of that information. I will be voting in favor of this motion. I will also be speaking in favor of motion number 8 when we get to that. But I think there was a lot of concerns that were raised at the public hearing. I don't think that some of these areas are appropriate to consider for R4. And I think that's addressed in motion number 8 as well. But at this time, I'm going to be supporting this motion as we work through our list.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Murray?
Thank you, Your Worship. I will be voting against this motion for many of the same reasons that Councillor Faubert already spelled out. I do like the overlay idea and direction. And specifically with 10.6, I'm really uncomfortable removing the high performance building incentives from our ARP because it's, I believe, goes against our council's strategic plan around climate as well as our climate emergency action plan direction. So yes, obviously there's a myriad of motions going forward, but I'm just kind of indicating that the overlay idea is one that I find very appealing for many of the reasons that Councillor Faubert already spelled out.
Thank you, Councillor. I do want to speak to a couple of the things that have been raised by Councillor Faubert and yourself. With regards to density bonusing, the comment was made that this would provide real tangible impact in alignment with our climate emergency. Really the tangible impact of density bonusing is going to be experienced in other places in town. The very few number of properties that will actually be redeveloped within the next 25 or 30 years as a result of this are very, very few. We looked at that when these motions were made. It was brought up at the public hearing. So I actually don't think that this is a big loss in the big picture. As far as an overlay, that only addresses one element of the concern raised, and that was rebuilding if your single-family home were destroyed. But it didn't deal with the fact that many of these properties are likely not suitable for R4, either due to physical constraints or due to the newness of the home that was built. That sort of thing should be looked at sometime after 2050, when that's when they would become more pertinent. So I'm not supportive of the overlay. I don't believe that the removal of a density bonusing for these small number of areas in the big picture will make an impact. And I do believe that these changes are warranted based on what we receive as public feedback. Councillor Graham, you want to speak to the amending motion?
Thank you, Your Worship. I won't be able to support this one either. To me, this is starting to go in the direction of just against some of the fundamental principles of the ARP and the process that we went through. There is enough flexibility in the proposed zoning uses that other options are available for redevelopment. Climate action and climate issues are one of our top priorities. This starts to undermine the ambitions of this ARP, and I'm not comfortable with that. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak to the amending motion? Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Worship. I think Councillor Faubert brought up some compelling arguments there. On my side here too, I don't think I'll be able to support this. I do feel probably one of the best things we can do from a climate side is allowing a density piece, and also if there's a bonusing component allowed for high performance building, I think there's value in that. Mayor Krauser, I know you pointed out there's not a significant number of units perhaps that will be exposed to this, but we got to start somewhere is my thoughts. Thank you.
We have to start somewhere. We've been doing lots of things all over town. We've not only started, that train has moved out. We are going. Yeah. I'm just asking whether or not it's actually practical in these small pieces of land. And we're talking about a handful, and that I think that we're making a mistake, but that's okay. We'll go with the majority. But let's not let's not put all of our eggs into one basket and think that this is ruling the day. We have done so much good work, and I don't want any of that negated by comments that this is us going against our principles or anything like that.
That was my intention, sir.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Faubert, you'd like to speak further to the amending motion?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on a few things because, right, like I think that it's really important because we sort of, we're a bit of a chicken and an egg situation with respect to the scale comment, because we chose an ARP area for the downtown that had very limited residential stock in it. And we knew from the beginning that we would be developing policies for density for a very small section of our community, but that there is a whole broader community beyond that as well, that we, still continuously have to have land use planning discussions around. I think that we have to keep in mind that when it comes to climate action and built form, because buildings exist for generations, there is no scale that is too small. And we chose to start small. And so to say because it's small, we can't do it, to me, we made that decision. And so I'd like us to, it feels like a bit of a logical trap. And I think that if we get out of that space and we have to not look at individual lots, because we're not spot zoning. We're not zoning each and every property individually. We are creating, when we do zoning, blankets and opportunities and options so that future scenarios and future property owners can build community in a way that we envision the highest and best use. And so there is flexibility within the R4 regulations for variety, not just R4. The future could see multiple lots combined. The future could include wildfire and catastrophic damage. What we're doing is setting up our community in the future for higher density if it's wanted by using the overlay. If we didn't use an overlay, it would be higher density whether you want it or not. And I think that however it turns out, because I did hear that there is value in the overlay concept even without even pursuing some of the changes, but I think that there's, if we get rid of the density bonusing and we go with the overlay later, we're missing out on the opportunity to have those climate impacts and reductions in greenhouse gases. And I think this is practical because we know from looking at other communities like Jasper and Fort McMurray, what happens after wildfire is rezoning. And so by rezoning for resilience now, we prepare ourselves for the future. Thank you.
Councillor Hillstad?
I'm going to still vote in favor of this motion, but for some different reasons than what have been brought up. One of the things that I remember hearing at the public hearing was that, particularly with the R4 district, the eating and drinking establishment being added to the R4 was concerning for some. So that's one of the, again, at the same time, adding the duplex dwelling I think is a good thing to add to the discretionary uses, but then at the other hand, the eating and drinking establishments was causing concern for some. With regard to the bonusing, there's no guarantee that new developments will go up and use the bonusing. There's a chance that some of the sites, they won't be able to use the bonusing because of site constraints. There's potential that they'll just choose not to do the bonusing. Again, I don't mind having the option there. Again, do I think that if the option's removed right now that it's going to completely negate a bunch of changes happening? No. I think that we may, if it is there, we may get a handful. We may see none. I don't know, don't have a crystal ball, so it could be, you know, if we leave it in there, maybe everything goes and it's great. At the same time, I'm aware of multiple redevelopments or just renos that are doing high energy efficiency and going from a house that was not at all net zero, and they're putting massive scale renovations into it to bring it to a net zero home. So saying that this is the only way to get to net zero, I don't think is correct either. We have a lot of conscientious people in this town with the means to upgrade their homes to be net zero. I've worked on a couple houses lately where they are doing crazy things, and it's quite impressive what they're doing, and they've completely removed natural gas and going full electric and adding a massive solar array. So to say that this is the only way to get to net zero just isn't accurate. So for those reasons, I'll still support this motion and understand where the will of council goes, and yeah, good discussion.
Yeah, it is good discussion. And just to close before I call the motion, I want to be clear, I'm supportive of density bonusing. I believe that there are many places in town where it's going to do great things for developing some affordable housing. However, I'm not convinced that it will make an impact here. I'm also not supportive of density for density's sake. If the density creates from one lot multiple million-dollar condos, it's not increasing our affordability. It's likely increasing our maybe second home ownership. And so I don't think that, you know, we have to look at it that, you know, density is good just because density is good. We have to look at each particular situation. So with that, we've all spoken very well to this amending motion. I will now call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? The motion is defeated with Mayor Krausert, Councillors Hillstad and Councillors Marin in favor. So now we'll move to the next amending motion, which is number 4. Dr. Cottle.
Because the last motion wasn't approved, we're going to need to rejig this amendment. So it might be useful to look at some of the others and come back to it, or take a break.
Okay. Right, with regards to attachment 3. Councillor Faubert, you have something to add?
I thought this, because I thought that 3 would be, I thought that's why I wanted 3 at the end, because
But it's an amending motion to the second reading. We can't actually move it to the end unless we leave second reading open, in which case we can't deal with those other motions because they all flow.
Yeah, because I didn't understand
Yeah.
what if this map would change if if we defeated the 8th motion,
Yeah.
does the map change? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for
So
letting
I'm
me
gonna-
ask that
I'm-
question.
I'm actually, so my current thinking is, I'm wondering if there are some motions we can proceed with, some things that may have to be postponed to a next council meeting, or whether we do the whole thing. So tell you what, we're right at 11:56. I'm going to suggest that we take our lunch break now. We'll return at 1 o'clock. I will converse with Dr. Cottle and Ms. Smithers and Mr. Schneider as to whether or not the recommendation might be that we postpone dealing with the rest or some of this to a future council meeting, and whether there's any of this that we can continue with at this time. And then we will move on with our agenda after that. All right, so we'll take our lunch break. Okay, we are back from lunch break. When we went on lunch break, we were dealing with item G4. As a result of the latest amendment, there are some procedural questions that need to be resolved because the implication of that vote has ripple effects. We're not at a spot that we can deal with that right now, and so I'd like to move that we table item G4 to the end of this meeting so that administration has time to further look at the matter, and prior to it coming up again, we can find out if that's something we can deal with today or not. So I move that we table item G4 to the end of the meeting. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none. Councillor Graham?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to recognize that we have many people in the gallery, and I realize that that's maybe not great timing for them, but procedurally, it's what has to happen. So
Yeah, thanks for that acknowledgement. So I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, so we'll deal with return to G4 after H9. So that means we're going now forward with H1, Family Resource Network Grant 2026 to 2028. Ms. Jamieson, welcome to council, and whenever you're ready, the microphone is yours.
Thank you.
Ready to join me? Happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much. You don't get that every day. Oh, yay. Okay. Thank you for that. Mayor Krausert and councillors, thank you again, not only for the song, but for having me on the agenda. We have heard back from the province about the Family Resource Network grant and are here to share next steps and to ask that we move ahead with the request for decision to accept the provincial grant dollars for the 2026 to 2028 term. The Family Connection Centre, or FCC, we sometimes call it, is primarily funded through the Provincial Family Resource Network grant. In March, an application was submitted for a new 2-year funding cycle. Updated provincial guidelines introduced notable changes, requiring FRN-funded programs to broaden their service scope and expand the eligible age range of participants. The FCC application was successful. Administration recommends that Council formally accept the grant for the term. A little grant program overview for you. So the Community Social Development Department delivers prevention-focused family supports through the Family Connection Centre, which serves as the Bow Valley's Family Resource Network hub. These services are funded primarily through the provincial FRN grant program with additional support from municipal funding, which totals $178,533 in this year's budget. In March of this year, the FCC applied for the new FRN funding cycle. In early June, the province confirmed that the Family Connection Centre was successful, securing funding for a 2-year term beginning July 1st, 2026. It's tomorrow. The FRN program provides a structured framework to support families across Alberta through a network of designated hub and spoke agencies. Since the program's inception in 2020, the FCC has acted as the Bow Valley FRN hub and has also delivered multiple spoke services supporting regional service delivery. Under the new agreement,
the FCC will continue to provide hub services and deliver the following service areas or spokes: infant and child development, youth development and resiliency, building resilient caregivers, and home visitation, which is our new spoke service. In addition to all of this, the town of Banff has been approved to deliver the Strengthening Connections to Culture spoke across the Bow Valley, and that will require increased regional coordination among the service providers. So there's some new things in the program. The updated provincial guidelines introduce a significant shift in service delivery expectations. Some key changes include increased emphasis on intensive one-on-one supports, a reduced emphasis on universal or open access programming, expanded service expectations across a broader age group, 0 to 24 years from our current age range of 0 to 18. Historically, the town of Canmore's FCC programming has focused on universal and targeted supports, providing open access services aimed at strengthening protective factors and preventing family challenges before they escalate. Under the new funding model, the FCC will need to realign some of its service delivery to meet mandated funding allocations. This includes a substantial increase in intensive supports for families experiencing more complex needs. To comply with the updated guidelines, the FCC staff have begun reviewing all programs and services to maintain, strengthen targeted programming where possible, adjust or redesign programs to meet provincial requirements, reduce or modify universal programming where necessary, and finally, to note that these changes will not impact our social connections parent drop-ins, as those universal programs are fully funded by the town. So who are these services for that start tomorrow? Children and youth up to age 24 and their families. FRNs provide services along a continuum of support, prevention to early intervention, offering distinct levels of help based on each family's unique circumstances. Our universal supports are open to all children, youth, and families, and they help to build knowledge, skills, and connections. Targeted programs and services are for children and families dealing with specific challenges that we create programs for. Families facing larger challenges. These are our intensive supports, and they are for children, youth, and families who are dealing with serious or complex issues, like risk of harm. And I want to introduce our home visitation program so you have a better sense of that. So home visitation is a more intensive one-on-one service typically delivered directly to families in their homes. It is part of the overall service continuum and contributes significantly to the province's requirement for 50% intensive supports. The service is designed for families facing more complex challenges, including new or young caregivers or parents, caregivers with limited support networks, families experiencing poverty, mental health challenges, or trauma. What does it look like? The new family support worker role would carry a caseload of approximately 15 to 20 families, follow a structured home visitation curriculum, develop individualized service and transition plans with families. The role will also require some specialized training, particularly related to in-home service delivery, safety practices, and protocols. Implementing home visitation will require a dedicated budget allocation to support the additional staff position, training and programming requirements. Some of our next steps. To successfully implement the new funding model, several actions are underway. Transition service delivery toward a greater focus on intensive and targeted supports for children, youth, and families. Continue core FCC programming aligned with provincial requirements. Launch and operationalize home visitation services, including hiring of a staff member funded by the increase in grant funding. adjust staff roles and responsibilities to reflect new service delivery expectations, redesign programs where required to align with funding criteria, strengthen coordination with regional partners, including the town of Banff, implement ongoing communication with the community to manage expectations. If accepted by Council, the FRN funding will enable the FCC to continue providing coordinated prevention-focused services while evolving to meet new provincial priorities. These changes aim to ensure that children, youth, and families across the Bow Valley receive the right level of support when they need it. Some financial impacts. The province has approved $503,450 per fiscal year in FRN funding for the July 1, 2026 to June 30, 2028 term. This is an increase of $143,612 per year to support the added spoke service, home visitation, and the extended age range up to 24 years. Administration anticipates the additional funding to be fully utilized and will support the additional staff time required to deliver on an expanded and amended scope of work. Based on our preliminary analysis, administration anticipates no net impact or positive budget variance at year end. Request for decision. So some options: accept the grant funding. As of July 1, new guidelines will be in place. Administration will report any budget variances. We need to hire a new staff member. If we do not accept the grant funding, current funding cycle ends June 30, today. Without FRN support, the Family Connection Center would not operate in current structure. Social Connections programming could continue under CSD leadership with just one staff. And I just want to underline that the town, our programming planning happens outside of the grant cycle. So we are committed and will maintain the FCC program commitments that we've made to community until the end of August. September to December programs are decided in mid-July for promotion in late summer, so we've got some work to do there. Recommendation that Council accept the Family Resource Network provincial grant of $503,450 per year for the July 1, 2026 to June 30, 2028 fiscal term. And that is all for me. Happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Jameson. It's an excellent presentation, very in-depth, and I see Councillor Faubert has a question.
Oh, yeah. I have a few questions. Thank you, Ms. Jameson. So this shift from preventative to more intensive one-on-one, that comes from a provincial decision. They're saying that our community needs this service more than this service?
This is a provincial mandate that's coming through the grant, through the Family Resource Network for all of the 72 networks. So they're not doing bespoke decisions per community. They are expecting each community that is receiving the grant and doing this work to do it in this fashion. That's right.
And so was there no provincial agency doing one-on-one or intensive work before now?
There was.
Who was that?
It was a different operator out of Calgary who we partnered with in the Bow Valley network. They chose not to apply for that spoke in the Bow Valley. They will be providing that work in Calgary. So we stepped up to apply for it because each of the networks have to have each of the spoke work services represented.
This is helping me understand. Because it's complex, right? It's not just like one service. You have to have all of these services, otherwise we don't have a family resource network.
Correct.
Okay. I have one more. Is one more question okay?
Absolutely.
Okay. I know that into the future, would the funding be enough to also cover our budgetary cost of living and performance increases that we have as internal policies for the new staff that would come on under this program?
I would think that we would likely need to continue the town's support for the staff team, yeah, to keep them on grid. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Ms. Jameson, for your presentation. I've been reading a little bit about the sort of overall provincial changes around the FRN and how this is all rolling out here. An example from Brooks about how they're losing a youth drop-in program just because of some of these changes here. Are we losing anything here in Canmore at this point in time?
It's a really good question. A few slides back, I was talking about how the team is currently doing a whole program and service review. So we're really, simply put, trying to look through what are those services that we know have a wonderful impact on community, regardless of the mandate, and deciding how do we maintain those within our current funding structure, which ones of those can we refine and change to meet the provincial mandate requirements and still serve community. So that's what the team's doing right now. So as it stands in this early vision of it, we don't feel we're losing anything. It will shift some of the things that we're offering. And that's also why I wanted to underline that those incredible parent drop-in programs, we did not receive funding from that in 2020, and Town Council at that time voted to support that. So that's our social connection specialist, and that is the only position that is fully funded by the town. So those programs are sort of separate from this piece of work in a way.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Worship, and thanks for your presentation, Ms. Jameson. I think one of the things that stood out for me, there's an expanded age group that's being taken care of, so that 18 to 24. Where did those people access services prior to this change of model in the province?
It's a good question. So we're part of our extension into community is really strengthening those relationships with other providers for social services or mental health supports. So we are just at the front end of making presentations. We had to sort of wait till we moved through this and that we got the grant and got it approved. And then we are speaking to Recovery Alberta. We're speaking to the school boards, Cyan, a primary care network to say, this is what we offer now. And we have family support workers who are registered social workers to support. Our initial sense is that the community is quite keen that we're stepping into this space. Our colleagues at Recovery Alberta are switching or shifting their work to more of the moderate to severe presenting cases, clients, where we would be more in the mild to moderate, which would fit our scope of practice as well. Yeah.
I don't see any other questions, so thank you very much.
My pleasure.
And have a very good birthday.
Thank you. We are going line dancing, just
Dr.
so
Cottle, did you have something to add before I put a motion on the table?
It's not a question, but before you get into debate, I just wanted to acknowledge this grant program is a ton of work. Reapplying is a significant effort. I know there's a small but mighty team here. So, and it's really, I just don't want to underestimate it. We really have only had this grant for a couple of years, and so the fact that we were successful in continuing to keep the grant but also increasing it, I just really want to congratulate everybody. It's a significant work. It's a really important program, and so it's a big deal.
Thank you for that.
Well, we certainly concur with those remarks. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll move that council accept the Family Resource Network provincial grant of $503,450 per year for the July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2028 fiscal term. And in speaking to the motion in support of it, I would just like to reiterate some of the comments made by Dr. Cottle that this is important work. It's unfortunate that there's big changes come after only a couple of years as you're gaining momentum. But it is what it is, and I think it's better to move forward under a revised role than not at all. And so I certainly support this work. Councillor Marin.
Yeah, I'm going to support this motion. I also just wanted to say thank you for the work that's been done. I recognize that as much as we have now broader services in town, which I think is great, it is a lot of extra work to change that scope of work based on the requirements of the grant. So it may not be something that you necessarily wanted to do or would have done, but I really appreciate that you're kind of rolling with the requirements to make sure that we can continue to offer these services and now expand them. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm speaking in favor of the motion. This is one of those ones where, in my mind, I envisioned less prevention actually equaling more intervention somehow. So the math wasn't mathing in my head around, and then expanding the ages. But the reality is that when we, as this community, and we as community can deliver these kinds of services to our own residents, and those services aren't coming from outside agencies who don't understand a lot of the context, and the fact that this work is very personal. When you are working with a government agency because things aren't going right in your life and you need intervention or prevent services like this, it is absolutely fundamental to, I think, the structure of our society as Canadians, that we do have these services in place. And so the question of where does the delivery of that fall? And sometimes I worry about the fact that there are jurisdictions above us that always want us to do more, but the money doesn't follow with the direction of what we do. And did this fall into that? I wasn't sure, but understanding just how important it is that we are the ones that are doing this in our community makes it for me, it's worth it. Including the fact that we pay our staff the same as for the Family Resource Network, we pay them in the same, with the same policies of as the rest of the employees of the town of Canmore, and that's above and beyond what we're expected to do or mandated to do. And then when there are gaps in terms of this mandated work this work that we do with this contract for the province, we step up. And so I had some concerns about this going in, but I'm really in favor of the fact that this change actually means that more services are delivered in our community. So to me, that is a place where I think that it's really powerful and we can actually make people's lives better. So thank you.
Councillor Baugh.
Thank you, Worship. And I just want to say, if there's ever a group that was able to take grant dollars and maximize that for, impact and value, it's FRN. So great job, guys, and I wish you a lot of luck as you go for this next pivot in service delivery. Thank you.
And I'd expand that to the entire Community Social Development Department, including FCSS. Very good. Okay, so no one else wishing to speak, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to H2, grant funding approval request for an energy management information system for the wastewater treatment plant, capital project 7517. Mr. Sinclair, welcome to council, and it takes a moment to transition, but whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Any moment now. Well, I will at least start by saying, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm here today for a request for decision for a new capital project, CAP 7517, which is for an energy management information system for the wastewater treatment plant. Can you move to the... Sure. I think you need to change your screen here. debate. Always. Here we go. Sorry about that. So the recommendation is that Council approve a 2026 capital project for the installation of an energy management information system for the wastewater treatment plant in the amount of $50,000, which is funded by Emissions Reduction Alberta. This program is actually called the Strategic Energy Management for Industry program. The wastewater treatment plant is the key facility in town that actually qualifies as industrial. This same program, which I'll refer to as SEMI, has already provided the town $50,000 in funding to cover a detailed energy audit for the plant, which is in the final throes of completion. There is a separate stream of funding, again for $50,000 or 100%, to fund what's known as an energy management information system for the plant. This consists of a series, 57 in total, of electrical submeters distributed throughout the plant that will allow reporting of energy consumption in real time on a system level. The data will report up through a portal piece of software that then will provide both graphic and numerical feedback to the town. A couple of quick examples of this. You've probably seen heat maps before. So for the first time, the town will be able to see what specific fan, pump, or blower is consuming energy at what particular time. Being able to then compile that data, again, allows for the first time the town to work out where the energy is being consumed within the, I would call the system subcomponents of the plant. So I think you're aware we have multiple locations in that plant, and right now there's no way of understanding where the energy is being consumed because there's only a single electricity meter at the site. Where's the value in this for both the town and for EPCOR? Well, first of all, to reiterate, for the first time we'll know what an actual pump is consuming, pumps being by far the largest consumers of energy at that plant. Number two, it allows us to expand that towards the individual components, which will then allow us to focus our efforts on where the energy and money is being consumed and spent. And then I think key to everybody is that the plant's loading is contingent on both the quantity of influent coming into the plant, but also on the biological loading within that plant, and those two things are not necessarily the same. EPCOR and the town are already receiving and analyzing that data, but it is not combined with the energy consumption. So for the first time, we'll be able to match what the plant is being asked to do, where within the plant it's being asked to do it, and what the net consumption of energy is. Once you have that data component, you can start to make all sorts of decisions regarding how and when you operate pumps, fans, and the various systems, and how you can optimize those, not only for what's happening in real time, but as anticipated increases in increases in influent and biological loading come into the plant, the operators will be able to manage that more proactively. And I would call that a resulting optimization in performance. There is an annual licensing fee in 2026 dollars is $4,650 per annum. The $50,000 grant covers 2 years of that, and then that fee will recur in 2028 dollars when it comes up. So again, my recommendation is that council approve this capital project to the amount of $50,000. Thank you for your time, and any questions?
Any questions? Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mayor Crowsert. Thank you, Mr. Sinclair. I'm wondering, do we keep the components, and are these components, can we take these to other facilities, or would we leave them at the wastewater treatment plant indefinitely?
Based on the relative low cost per component, we would keep them at that plant. Having said that, they are a clip-in and a clip-out piece of equipment, so you could remove it from one piece of equipment and assign it to a second one. That would then require some software work in the back end to repurpose, but my full expectation is that it would remain within the plant.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Thank you very much for bringing this forward and for an excellent presentation. I see no other questions, so thank you. So I will move that council approve a new 2026 capital project, CAP 7517, for the installation of an energy management information system at the wastewater treatment plant in the amount of $50,000 funded from Emissions Reduction Alberta. In speaking in support of this motion, I'll say that this just makes sense. It's a smart thing to do, and it's going to make us smarter, as well as hopefully identify areas where subcomponents can be optimized or replaced in order to be more energy efficient. And brilliant. So I very much support this, and I'm very appreciative of Emissions Reduction Alberta providing a grant in this regard. Councillor Mîmân.
Yeah, thank you, Worship, and happy to support Mr. Sinclair. Great work. Thank you for this. This is one of those things where you can't really improve what you can't record, and so by here we can actually have a granular approach to understand what's happening in the facility. A couple of us did a tour a couple of weeks ago, and actually it's pretty fascinating that you can have a building that big that consumes so much electricity and power, and there's 1 meter for it. And so to actually have a bit of a better understanding of the constituent pieces will absolutely be helpful, also for our GHG goals. And I know there was a mention of a licensing fee of $46.50 a year after the first 2 years. I think compared to the amount of savings we can have and GHG reduction, that is going to be very well spent money. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to H3, Engineering, Design, and Construction Guidelines Updates. Mr. Kinsey, welcome to Council. And takes a moment to transition over, but as soon as you're ready, the microphone is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Brian Kinsey. I'm the Municipal Engineer with the town, and I'm here to present to you today on item H3, Engineering, Design, and Construction Guidelines. I'm here to present an update. So as you're aware, the Engineering, Design, and Construction Guidelines, which I'll refer to as the EDCG, were approved by Council on February 24th of 2025. We anticipate regular updates as technology advances or we identify needs to adapt. But what I'm presenting to you today is a single change that we're making to the EDCG to reflect the procurement of a new aerial platform by the fire department. The EDCG provides guidance to professionals engaged in the design of municipal infrastructure, including roadways, driveways, and underground infrastructure. So the new vehicle being procured is named the King Cobra. It was procured as a life cycle replacement of the previous aerial apparatus known as the Bronto. And the reason that we're coming forward with the update for the EDCG is that these are large and restrictive vehicles and they govern roadway design. So this update's required to make sure that we're communicating information to professionals that when they're designing new roadways within the town, they're doing so with the most current information. So the table at the bottom of here just demonstrates how some of the geometry of the new vehicle is slightly different than the Bronto, and as a result, the turning characteristics are slightly different. Section 7 of the EDCG is the transportation section, and in this section, we define control vehicles which are used for road design. Control vehicles are the infrequent large users of a road that will govern things such as intersection design or that might use adjacent lanes when they're oversteering to turn through an intersection. During procurement, we engaged a consultant to evaluate the difference between the Bronto and the King Cobra. primarily to ensure that we wouldn't have any challenges on existing roadways within the town. So the illustration I'm showing here is a side-by-side comparison of the two vehicles maneuvering in Spring Creek Mountain Village. There's very little material difference between the two in this particular simulation. Another activity that we did was ground truthing. So once we had the swept path analyses, the fire department were able to get a vehicle from Kananaskis on loan, a very similar vehicle to the King Cobra, and did run through some of these constrained locations in town. And once the vehicle was delivered, we also did the same exercise with the new vehicle. So I accompanied the fire department on that, just to witness how they were able to maneuver through some of the more difficult sections in town. And just a note on future EDCG updates, administration is working on other aspects of the EDCG as well, and also accepting feedback from our industry partners on that. So you can expect in the future we'll be coming forward with more changes on other items in the EDCG. So my recommendation today is that council approve the proposed updates to the engineering, design, and construction guidelines. Any questions?
Thank you very much for the presentation. So if I'm to summarize what I've heard, is that the new proposed guideline will allow future build to match the dimensions of the King Cobra, because the current ones are based on the Bronto. But for all things that are already built, the King Cobra can still operate, and it's not going to be precluded from entering an area because of the dimensions. It just means that they might be going over a curb or brushing up against some landscape or something like that. But it's been ground truthed to show that it can still work in currently designed areas.
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, excellent. Okay, any other questions? Councillor Hillstead.
This is more of an observation. Just within the red line, for the overall width, it says 2.56 meters. I'm not sure if it was just a typo that happened, because in the chart it says 2.6 meters. So just to make sure, and again, this is in my copy of the agenda package, so the chart is right. It's just in the red line version, there's a spot where it says overall width of 2.56 meters, but I think the 5 was meant to be struck out, and it's just not. So I just want to make sure that when it gets into the final, that it's the 2.6 and not
Okay,
what I'm seeing in my.
I'll have a look at that for sure. And the industry professionals rely on the figures at the rear of the document, which have the vehicle dimensions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, good catch, and that will be looked at. Any other questions? I don't see any, so thanks very much for your presentation. I will now move the council approve the proposed updates to the engineering, design, and construction guidelines, aka out with the Bronto, in with the Cobra, King Cobra. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? I think that this is fairly housekeeping to adjust to our new equipment. Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. All right, let's move on to item H4, event fees, Highland Games and Canmore Folk Music Festival. McPherson, welcome to council.
Thank you.
And as you're getting switched over there, whenever you're ready, the microphone is yours. Just so council is aware, we will be taking a meeting break following this item.
Good afternoon, Mayor Krausert and members of council. My name is Jeannie McPherson. I'm the supervisor of arts and culture, and I'm here to present about event fees for Highland Games and the Canmore Folk Festival, and I'm joined also with Eva from Supervisor of Recreation, and Eleanor McClett for the presentation today. So it's a very brief recommendation, and then I'll go over an overview of the request for decision, provide some information around the financial impacts, and open up for any questions. The recommendation before you today is that Council direct administration to apply a 50% discount on facility rental fees for the 2026 Canmore Folk Festival and Canmore Highland Games events. As to an overview, on July 3rd in 2018, Council approved a 10% annual increase over 5 years for the Canmore Folk Music Festival, Canmore Highland Games, Rundle Mountain Cycling Club, and the Rocky Mountain Half Marathon. In fall 2025, administration identified some inconsistencies in the application of facilities booking fees in particular across a number of permitted events, which included inconsistent phase-in of the fee increases as directed by Council through the 2018 motion. So administration at that time completed a review of billing practices, looking at those practices particularly from 2021 to 2026, and it resulted in operational adjustments to prevent similar occurrences, and administration informed impacted event producers. The Canmore Folk Festival and the Canmore Highland Games are subject to larger fee increases compared to some of the other events as a result of this review of billing practices. As to the financial impacts, if this is approved, the recommendation will reduce the combined total fees paid by the two events by approximately $3,492.50 in 2026. Some information is there for you around the annual budget for facility rental fees, and it's tracked within Recreation Services operating budget. And you can see a table here, a chart that talks about the fees and the discounting. So the estimated 2026 rental fees at the nonprofit rate for the Canmore Folk Festival is $6,760. For the Canmore Highland Games, it's $6,900. Column B, or row B, is the estimated adjustment based on the community events policies cost recovery pyramid, which enables a 50% discount on those amounts, which are in row A. So we removed $3,380 from Canmore Folk Festival and $3,450 from Canmore Highland Games. The recommendation today is that an additional 50% facility rental discount is applied to those amounts, which would further reduce the fee by 50%, having a total facility booking cost to event groups this year for the Canmore Folk Music Festival of $1,690 and the Canmore Highland Games of $1,725. This is a phased-in approach that's being put forward so that in 2027, full policy-aligned costs are implemented, and you can see those totals in row E. Just to revisit the recommendation is that Council direct administration to apply a 50% discount on facility rental fees for the 2026 Canmore Folk Festival and Canmore Highland Games events.
Thank you very much for your presentation and bringing this forward. I do have a few questions based on some communication that was provided by the Canmore Folk Festival to Council, and I just wanted to ask a couple questions just so that we have clarity. The 50% discount was arrived at in discussion with the Folk Festival, although the Folk Festival had perhaps thought it was going to be 100% waiver for 2026 according to what we were saying. Can you provide some clarity on that?
Yes, so as part of the engagement, there was internal engagement and external engagement. As mentioned, the administration identified some of these inconsistencies in fall 2025. So that at that time was when an internal engagement was done to review some of the administrative practices, and that was followed by some external engagement to be discussing with the groups that were impacted. So a 50% waiver was explored with Canmore Folk Festival, and it was not promised. The waiver was discussed during engagement, and there was at first some divergent internal advice where Arts and Culture supported more of a 100% waiver, knowing that it was unlikely that this amount would be within the annual budget of the Canmore Folk Festival. And in discussion with colleagues in recreation and senior management and facilities, it came to a 50% reduction as the balanced administrative recommendation. It was pointed out that these fees are already significantly discounted, both from providing the nonprofit rate, then a 50% discount from the community events and film policy, provided with an additional 50% discount for 2026. So that was the balance recommendation across administration.
Thank you for that. Also, the Folk Festival raised the issue of a $50,000 contribution towards the Stan Rogers stage renovations, and that they interpreted that as having some effect on future fees. Do you have any comments or clarification you could provide on that? What did that $50,000, was there any strings attached to it, I guess?
I do have some context, however, that discussion predates my time here, and I have some colleagues from departments that might be more directly able to address that, and if not, I have some context to offer.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a bit of a who will take the lead on this conversation. So as council, or some of council may remember, there was some damages to the Stan Rogers stage. There was a significant cost, and as they started doing that work, more was uncovered. It was kind of a rolling ball of rot in the stage. Facility manager at the time negotiated some funding, some shared funding cost, and as part of that agreement was the use of the common areas of the stage for storage of supplies used by Folkfest. That is part of a contract with facilities. I can't speak to the details of that because that is outside of Arts and Culture and our event, and Ms. Cottle might have, or Dr. Cottle might have some better context for that.
But it wasn't, I don't believe that anything I've heard meant that it was going to amount to free fees for rental of the fields and whatnot, correct?
Correct, yeah, and I think that the Folkfest over the years has grown more significantly, and so has their use of the facility for longer periods of time. So there's elements that are included to be covered as part of that agreement, and elements that are not in that agreement as part of my understanding.
Okay, thank you. So I just have one other question, and probably you might be best to answer. Before I pass on to my colleagues to ask questions. Would administration have any concern if council approved the 50% discount as recommended, but gave more time to pay because they likely may not have budgeted for this year, but give until like December 31st, 2027 to pay, so then they still owe it, but they can make it up in a future budget?
I think in all delays in payment, there is a compounding, right?
Yeah.
Compounding element to this, because Folkfest also and Highland Games also take place in 2027. So then it's tied to those bills as well.
Yeah.
I have no issue with the timing, but I recognize their ability to apply for grant funding or maybe cover that differently. I mean, for me, it's neither here nor there, but it will
They may wanna-
compound
they-
with
they
their
may
next
be able
year's
to-
bill. Yeah.
They may be able to pay it sooner, but it at least gives them the option of going longer if needed.
Yeah, and there might be some insight into grant funding that can be accessed in order to support some of their work as well.
Yeah, I'd offer that it would provide them an extra year to look for that funding for increased facilities fees when they go out to provincial funding or federal funding for that budget line item. It provides them a little bit more time to cover those costs through external granting.
Great, thank you. Councillor Marion.
Yeah, thank you for the information. I have a few questions. You said that these two groups in particular had a higher fee increase just with the reconciliation of how it was being done. Do you know what they paid in 2024 and 2025? Like, I'm just wondering how much this increase is in their budget, even at 50%.
I'm looking at, yeah.
Sorry to put you on the
These
spot.
are facility booking costs, so she will have that, yeah.
For facility booking costs, they paid zero in the prior 8 years.
Okay.
So this 1,700 is that increase. They were
Okay.
paying event-related fees for their permits and items, but for the facility rates for the fields, they had not paid, and that's what we're looking for.
Okay. So I'm just wondering if there's been discussion about applying a 100% discount on this particular fee. I know they're paying other fees for permitting and things like that. Given that they are large economic drivers for the town as far as bringing a lot of people, like I'm looking at $1,700, $1,690, which may have a significant impact on their budget as nonprofits, but which may be something for us to consider. Has that conversation been had about continuing that 0% fee that they've had for the previous 8 years?
Dr. Cottle?
Yeah, I can help. That doesn't follow council policy. So council's policy is to apply these fees.
Okay.
And we, while we work at the town of Canmore to support tourism, generating and getting economic drivers of tourism is not the focus of town work. There are a number of events that happen in that field that are for community. Tourists may or may not participate, but they're really important to community, and we would charge them. So if we gave these two groups an exception because they bring tourism in, it would have a disproportional advantage to them for other groups that do things that are more for permanent residents. So my suggestion would be if council wants to look at that, that would be something that in this term you'd look at in terms of amending the policy.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then final question, when were these two events informed of this fee, even this discounted fee, that they would be charged for 2026? Or have they been?
Yeah, our conversations in engagement internally was more fall 2025, and in conversations with the folk festival were in April 2026.
Okay, thank you.
So my understanding, just on that whole line of questioning, and thank you for that, is there's a policy in place which had been changed with the past, but it had not followed through with actually resulting in some billing to them. So in fact, those organizations were benefit of a windfall. And now this is about bringing it back into line with policy and doing so in a stepped way, 50%, then 100%. Keeping in mind that 50% brings them down to 25% of the total, and 100% is actually 50% of the total, if that makes sense.
Yeah, there's a sliding scale there. Yeah, you are correct though, Mayor Krausert. I mean, I think what's important to acknowledge here is that an honest mistake was made in applying council policy. I really want to give kudos to staff for recognizing when a mistake was made and bringing it forward in an honest way. So while in some ways it maybe seems unfair to these groups, you're absolutely right. They have been also getting an advantage due to an honest error. That doesn't help, I suppose, with the financial hit now, but that is essentially what happens. And I think it's really important that people, so I do really want to shout out that people acknowledge the mistake and brought it forward. I think that's important. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Murray.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Krauser. Thanks for your presentation, Ms. McPherson. Just to follow up on Councillor Marin's question. So prior to 2018, were these organizations being charged outdoor facilities rental fees?
Our software from that point has been decommissioned in 2018. So I'm not sure if we have any historical records to that date.
I can help there again. This is like I'm dating myself.
Yeah.
But they were, a council's policy was implemented around that time where we started to look at a number of different services and revenue generation, right? If you think to budget meetings and challenges, right, we started to look at, okay, what are the things that we can and should potentially charge for that we maybe historically have given away. And then there was a creation of a council policy, and in the creation of that policy, there's a pyramid that gives, this is where the sliding scale comes in. Okay, but we don't want to charge groups who are coming in and doing something for profit the same thing that we charge community-driven groups. So it was all through the creation of a council policy. To Ms. Caverhill's point, I'm not sure exactly when that started and the timing of the policy. They may have been paying some small fees before 2018, but in 2018, it was really when we started we made a big change in arts and it was arts and events at that time in terms of really starting to quantify. It's not just that arts and event staff are involved in something like these events. Streets and roads is involved, parks, recreation, like there's multiple departments, and we started to really inventory how much time and tax dollars are being spent on that, and where could we look at some recovery based on different events. So they probably were paying before 2018, but 2018 would have been a significant change in terms of the approach because of the council policy.
Okay, thank you.
May I add a comment on policies?
Yes.
This is actually sitting under two policies, so both the recreation operating policy and the arts and culture events policy. So there are discounts on top of discounts here. So from a for-profit maximum rate, recreation operating policy has put this in a pyramid of a nonprofit, and then another 50% with arts and culture. So it is deeply discounted from what might be about a $13,000 retail rate to now what we're asking, a tenth of that.
Great, thank you for that context. Any other questions? I see none, so thank you very much. I am now going to move that council direct administration to apply a 50% discount on facility rental fees for the 2026 Canmore Folk Festival and Canmore Highland Games events. And I am going to propose an amending motion to that. And that amending motion will be put up in the screen shortly, but it goes to my question around extending the time. So my amending motion is that the wording "with such being payable by December 31st, 2027 be added to the end of the original motion. This doesn't change the amount that they would be owing as of 2026, but it gives them a little bit longer to pay such. The conversations with the organizations were in April. Likely budgets were set. Given that that may require some maneuvering or changes on their part, I think the additional time will help them eventually get up to the amounts that they are owing. Obviously, in 2027, they'll be paying their full amount, which is still quite discounted from the actual rates based on what we just heard. So I'd ask that you consider this amendment and support it if you are able. Councillor Marin.
Yeah, I'd like to support this. I was actually considering putting forward an amending motion to discount it 100% for 2026, just given the timing and their budgeting. So this seems like a reasonable compromise to me. One of the things that stood out is that there is other funding available to these groups that they may not have accessed, but can access to help offset these costs if it's not due until the end of 2027. So although I know that seems like quite a ways in the distance, I think this is reasonable given that they did pay, due to an error or whatever reason, zero for many years. So this is a new budget item for them. So I think that this lenience is reasonable for that.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the amending motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion carried unanimously. So now we have an amended original motion whereby we're directing 50% discount for 2026, with such being payable by December 31st, 2027. In speaking to that motion, I appreciate the work that is done to rectify the situation. Well, it can be seen as a budget increase. In fact, it's no longer getting benefit of an erroneous rent-free on the facility rental. So taking a staged approach and giving more time, I think, is reasonable. And given the amounts involved, I would be very surprised if it causes hardship, albeit I know the world of not-for-profits and every dollar counts, but if you have time to plan ahead for it in the big picture, and given the size of these events, I believe that they'll be able to manage this. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, we're going to take a meeting break until 2020. Or 2020. We're back, mostly. We are now going to move on to item H5, 2026 New Capital Project 7518, Community Fireguard Construction South Boundary. We have such long names, it's wonderful. Well, Chief.
Yes, thank you for the
Chief Polly,
confusing
welcome
name.
to council, and the microphone is yours.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor, Your Worship, and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present you on something for consideration in Capital Project 7518, the Bow Valley Community Fireguard South Boundary Fireguard Construction Project for your review. Maybe before we go on, I just want to say that we're not part of the committee that selects the names of the fire trucks. King Cobra is an interesting name. I know. I was okay with Bronto. King Cobra is rather unique. So we have shared that with our colleagues in industry to please choose maybe more appropriate names. However, back to the business at hand. As you're aware, and we've reported in the past, wildfire continues to remain the top-rated hazard to life, property, and critical infrastructure within the Bow Valley. With our previous and ongoing support from Council, administration has been working with the MD of Bighorn, Kananaskis Improvement District, with the support of Alberta Parks, Alberta Forestry and Parks, to continue constructing the community fire guard around Canmore, Harvey Heights, the Canmore Nordic Centre, and Deadman's Flats. Since Fireguard construction started in November of 2024, our project partnership team has completed harvesting and land reclamation in the Stoneworks Creek, Harvey Heights, East Park Gates, and Canmore Nordic Centre West and East blocks. Kananaskis, there's problems there, you may have heard. Once these areas have been harvested, we go back in and complete additional work to thin, prune, and clean the area, much like what you've already seen in some of our traditional fuel modification work throughout the community. Once that's completed, the debris disposal takes place, roads are reclaimed, and the areas are seeded with an approved mix approved by our partners on the land. Our project approach for this project is, as administration has reported it, again, FRIA, the Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta, did not approve our initial project for the entire Bow Valley Fireguard program, and then specifically asked us to break the South Boundary program down into two parts, planning first and then construction. The planning phase has been completed. I think I missed a slide here. Nope. I did miss a slide. Let me go backwards. Getting ahead of myself. South Boundary is the third phase of the Fireguard construction in the Bow Valley Community Fireguard project, scheduled for harvesting in 2026 and 27. The hand prune, thinning, and cleanup will be done in 2027 and 28. When you look at the map, you'll actually see the actual proposed South Boundary Fireguard dimensions, which it will be approximately 150 meters wide by 15 kilometers long, equaling about 291 hectares of space. West Fraser Cochrane has committed to the harvesting and utilizing the merchantable and firewood timber volumes to offset the total project cost. The South Boundary Fireguard is defined as a community-level fireguard, and it will consist of 176 hectares of mechanical harvest and 113 hectares of thin, prune, clean in our inoperable or sensitive areas. So we can only work with the machinery in up to a certain angle of degrees. So there'll be hand crews on site. Fireguard width was designed to be wide enough to provide a containment line to support response agencies to work through and within wildfire contained areas and to help protect the values at risk. This guard balances the limitations encountered by steep slopes, watercourses, recreational trails, and of course our important wildlife corridors. The Fireguard, on the map you'll see, it ties into the Rundle Forebay Reservoir on the west end and the Bow River on the east end. The Altalink transmission power line right-of-way, Stewart Creek Golf Course, George Biggie Trail, and the Wildlife Habitat Corridor Enhancement Fuel Reduction Spaces. And you'll see those defined in different colors on the map, where the red is actually the entire fireground harvest. The purple is just adjacent, just slightly north of the red line, and the blue are the wildlife enhancement blocks. So a partnership with Alberta Parks and Forestry and Parks to put more of the wildlife enhancement blocks on the landscape.
Is that like a fire smart treatment that we would do?
It's more our harvest spaces, very similar to what was done at the Canmore Nordic Center West project. On to the next, the slide I was already speaking to, and I just want to bring to your attention that the project approach will be that the harvest will start in approximately August of this year is what we're hoping for. We're waiting confirmation from the Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta, and we'll have harvest completed in the fall or winter 2026 and 27. We'll create piles, debris piles, which will be set for future burning. Then we'll go in, we'll do hand crew, thin, prune, clean for 27 and 28. And again, we'll create more debris piles, and we'll deal with those piles once they've cured in 27 and 28, and then eventually get to road deactivation and reclamation processes, which are tied together similar to the Stoneworks Creek process, which you are living and seeing right now, and those will be done by May through September of 2028. So a 2-year window is what we're prepared to present on. As I was mentioning in the past, planning has been completed, so we've been working with our Aboriginal Consultation Office, and we've completed our Indigenous consultation, and probably one of the most successful consultations in the Fireguard history that we've been working on, where we had all Treaty 7 nations very engaged and out for ceremony and for Aboriginal consultation out on the land base. So it's been a really exciting opportunity to learn and hear and understand what the groups are bringing forward. So we're very grateful to have those times and build those relations with those groups. And we've also been working with our local interest holders, which has been ongoing with adjacent landowners, major development projects, including Three Sisters Mountain Village Properties Limited. In addition, the town of Canmore has established a dedicated project website, webpage to share our information and report back. So we've completed our Steep Creek hazard assessment in the Fireguard construction areas. We've completed a recent avalanche study in those pathways, and we're just wrapping up and/or have completed the wildlife study to identify critical and/or sensitive areas in the construction zone. Our community connection is an important part. Back in 2024, we created the Fireguard, Canmore.ca Fireguard space. It's been highly visible and industry leading in our area, and lots of municipalities continue to bring forward ideas that they've taken from our website to share with our community. But communication on outreach is also critically important. So not only is it the website, we've been doing media briefings, interviews, site walkthroughs, radio and print, and new for this project will be open house. So that's an important opportunity for folks to come to, share their thoughts, see real firsthand what we're actually trying to accomplish in the protection of our key infrastructure and programs. So that'll be exciting for us to do that. And this was an interesting, so I've got the recommendation slide, but I also want to give you the opportunity to ask any questions. But given Council's summer meeting break, administration is recommending that Council conditionally approve a new 2026 capital project, and by doing so, allow construction activities to commence shortly after grant results are released, which we are anticipating near the end of July for announcement for a mid-August start. So that's our thought in that, why we're here today.
Thank you, Chief Pauly, and for others involved as well in the forward thinking to make sure that the council break doesn't get in the way of getting work done. So I appreciate this coming forward with that subject to confirmation element to it. Yes, there are some questions. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mayor Crowsert. Thank you, Chief. I'm really glad to hear that there's going to be an open house. Somebody asked me a little while ago if there was any public consultation on this, and that's a fantastic feature, so thank you for that piece.
Thank you.
And I wondered if you could talk about the burning of the piles. That has been one of the concerns of the community from a health point of view, from a pollution point of view. What is our approach there for this phase? And have we made any improvements over the last little while?
Well, I don't have much good news to share about that. I know we have an open opportunity at every opportunity to avoid burning. We bring it forward to ask industry if they have some solutions on affordability when it comes to diversion from piles. So say chip and haul to offsite locations. So we have been working with industry, specifically Amrise has been a partner at that table, and currently the funding is just not available to do that. The cost is prohibitive, upwards of 15 to 20% more in the actual project cost over pile burning. So we are always open to new innovation and new ideas. We've had several different concepts been presented to us. Nothing that's actually been able to plan out. But we take all opportunities to talk to our funder through FRIA, and at this point, pile and burn is what they're currently suggesting. So we do try to schedule burning, so we let piles cure for at least a season or two, and then from there, that will help try to create less smoke. We try to do it in short burning windows when conditions allow, and so that there isn't reduce the impact as best as possible.
Sorry, excuse me, Mr. McKay, did you have something you wanted to add to that?
Just to add about smoke and burning in general, there's lots of fire smart and Fireguard activity occurring in the region. And so there's other burning that does happen that makes its way into Canmore and through it, which we don't have control over as well. So that's one of the factors that many residents may or may not be aware of, that it's not all the fire. It's not as if smoke is only being created by the Fireguards that we're constructing around Canmore.
Fair. Did we cure the piles in the past?
Yes.
We did? Okay.
Yeah, generally it's one season's worth of piles that we've been able to, before you burn them.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Councillor Marin.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chief Polly. My question was also related to the fire burning or the pile burning. I had Councillor Graham's question, but as a follow-up to that, do we, or is there a way that we can communicate with community members, understanding that it's condition related, but even potential burn dates, so that we can give people a heads up or just an expectation that it might be part of the environment at certain times when those burns are planned? Is that something we do, or that we can look at, or that perhaps we can work with administration on to make sure there's a little bit more communication before that happens?
I think it's certainly a very reasonable opportunity for our community to know when we have those windows. We are working with our special events group at the Canmore Nordic Centre for one, and we are trying to avoid burn days where they have large world-class events that are being brought to town. So we do take in feedback on the importance of what our community provides for opportunities. So we definitely take it under consideration.
Awesome, thank you. I think it would go a long way just for reassuring residents and that community benefit that this is what's happening and when it is potentially happening. Again, condition related might go a long way with the community perception of what's happening with the Fireguard. So thank you for the continued work that you do in pursuing these grants. That's a huge help.
That's great.
Thank you.
Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Worship. And Chief Polly, great presentation. I think one of the interesting things about this particular Fireguard is not its shape is rather than like a big condensed shape. It's kind of about valley long, because it starts from one end all the way to the other one, which is quite significant. In terms of the finning, is the approach to start at one end of the valley and work the other way down, or is it like multiple spots? As residents are just curious, like how are we going to come into this?
I don't have that information right handy, but certainly it is a phased approach. So they will pick off opportunities where we have existing construction projects that are in the way or are already ongoing. And we're working with our Three Sisters Mountain Village group to help identify which key areas work out best for their construction schedule, and of course ours as well. So it is a multi-phased approach. I believe it's starting in the Stewart Creek space, but I certainly can get more information back to you about the timeline.
And with respect to, say, like the people who are living in Peaks, I know lots of folks in the neighborhood, they're really looking forward to having a little bit of a heightened fire break there. What is the transitional nature from, say, their backyards as they go up the slope. Like, some residents, is it gonna be like clear cut to my yard? I'm like, I don't think so, but we'll just ask for the public record. Yeah.
Certainly, the project will look very similar to how the presentation is at the Canmore Nordic Center. When you look at the Grassy Lakes parking lot, and you're parked there and you're looking up into the Fireguard, and the harvesting will be thin, pruned, clean in adjacent areas and buffers where necessary and important. And so that is the actual prescription that we will be looking at.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Chief Polly. I don't see any other questions at this time, and so I'll move to the motion. I will let people know that we will be adding additional seating and opening up the wall, maybe even as soon as taking a break right after this piece so that people have a place to sit when they arrive. So I'm going to move that council approve a new capital project, CAP 7518, for the south boundary Fireguard construction in the amount of $3,656,829, funded by $2,770,445 from the Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta, subject to confirmation of grant funding, and $886,384 from estimated timber revenue. In speaking in support of this motion, I think the last few days have shown us the importance of investing in emergency mitigations. And while they don't prevent all damage, they certainly prevent a lot of damage. And we have to just keep going to make our community safer and safer. We saw that the debris retention structure and the concrete lining likely saved, at the very least, a lot of erosion and damage to the Cougar Creek area. And who knows, it might have it very well could have also protected a number of houses and people's livelihoods. So we need to keep going with this, and this is in the realm of wildfire, which of course is our #1 hazard. And so I support this work going on, and I thank the work of all those involved, and I do thank the Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta for their continued support, and hope that they are able to provide this funding at this time as well. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We're now going to take a 10-minute break in order to open up the wall and add additional seating so that as people arrive for upcoming agenda items, they'll have a place to sit. Okay, we're back. We're back from our break. Given that we have a large number of people in attendance, and it may grow further, there's just a couple of things I do want to point out before we continue. We do have emergency exits, a great big one at the back now, and the side door here. If you go out here, we have exits at the end of the building at both ends, and our muster point is right here out in the plaza. Washrooms are located at the end of the hallway on the left. Please note that we are live streamed and recorded for public viewing. Anyone making a presentation or approaching the council dais or administration table will appear on camera. And lastly, please turn your cell phones to silent. And now we're on to item H6, missed declaration deadline and livability tax program application. Mr. Chang, welcome to council. The microphone is yours.
All right. Good afternoon, council. I'm here today to discuss the livability tax program levies applied to tax rolls that missed the declaration deadline. Just a little background context. For various reasons, these tax rolls missed the declaration deadline, and the 2 reminders that were sent by mail on November 21st and by email on December 17th, but contacted our housing action team in early 2026 to let us know that their properties are being used as primary residence. Currently, there's no process to accept late declarations. There's only the MGA Section 347 that applies here, where council can cancel or refund all or part of taxes that are levied. These properties do not qualify for an exemption under Bill 28, as all of the property owners are not individual Alberta residents. And administration has confirmed that all the properties are being occupied full-time by Canmore residents, and we believe the intent of the program is being met. So administration's recommendation is that council partially cancel the taxes levied under the livability tax program, less $500 in consideration of administrative costs for the tax rolls shown on the next slide. And why $500? And this amount is kind of in the middle range of late declaration penalty and administration fees applied in other jurisdictions with a vacancy tax. Different jurisdictions have different late declaration processes and late penalty structures, but they also have different legislation regarding property taxes. But for the most part, in all other jurisdictions with a vacancy tax, if the declaration is missed, the tax rolls are applied, the vacancy tax are applied to the tax rolls. So here's the financial impact. If we go with the recommendation, as you can see, the current taxes levied, what the potential reduction would be, and what the adjusted tax levies would be if we include a $500 admin fee. So if we go with this, there would be about a total revenue loss of just under $33,000, which is less than 1% of our budget. And just as a note, 6 out of 7 of these tax rolls are on tip. That's basically it. So if any questions, and the recommendation's there.
First of all, I must apologize by calling you Mr. Chang.
That's okay.
That's of course your first name, Mr. Young.
Thank you.
So my apologies, my bad. And yes, there are questions. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the presentation. You referenced other municipalities with vacancy taxes. From what I understand from places like Vancouver, Toronto, Ottawa, those late filing fees or what have you are they're already baked into the bylaw. You're coming to us for this decision, which means that it's not baked into our bylaw. Is it worthwhile to have it something like this so that it would just be an administrative decision?
Yeah, I think that's kind of program design, but I'm going to maybe let Mr. Shinbine speak to this.
Mr. Shinbine.
Great question. To be honest, just given the fact that those municipalities are in different provinces, there's different legislation. So we would need to take that away and do some research really about what our recommendation would be if we're actually able to provide those within the bylaw itself. We know that they were left out of the original bylaw. Whether that was the interpretation of the legislation at the time or it was an oversight, we would have to really clarify that.
Are there some interactions with the MGA and Bill 28 that could be problematic to creating something like this within the policy?
There are greater complexities for sure. With Bill 28, there's a chance that if we were to bring forward a recommendation, there could be two different approaches. One for those that are actually eligible for the Livability Tax Program, and those that are exempt, so Albertans, may require something else. So yes, it does complicate things.
Okay, thank you.
Good question, thank you. And you're good? Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I will move that council partially cancel the taxes levied under the Livability Tax Program, less $500 in consideration of administration costs for the following tax rolls: 100641, 18678, 16055, 17359, 13372, 10664, and 17949 as set out in this report. In speaking into this motion, this is all part of the learning curve and implementation of a new program. You're going to have these sorts of learnings taking place, including whether or not we should have some changes to our bylaw to address it in the future. I'm not concerned about partially reducing these taxes because, in fact, these units are being used as primary residences. The intent of the program was not to tax anyone that owned additional property, but to tax those properties where primary residence was not residing. And then with subsequent changes to the MGA, with the exemption for properties owned by Albertans. So I believe that this is in keeping with the spirit and intent of the Livability Tax Program. Further, I think it is reasonable to deduct from the cancellation a $500 fee because there was plenty of opportunity to make the declaration, avoid administration's time in issuing taxes, notices, and in investigating these particular properties. So with all of that, I will support the motion. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I'm prepared to vote in favor of this motion. I know I was kind of circling the drain a little bit about whether this should be baked into the policy. And at this point in time, I think I'm just comfortable supporting the motion as is without anything else. I'm curious if this kind of thing will come back next year, though. If it does, if we're kind of doing a recurring thing around this at council, maybe it's time to look at that. But this is a brand new thing. Let's just roll with it as it goes.
That's right. We are debating right now, so unless there was something said that was inaccurate. Okay. Looking to see if there's anyone else wishing to speak to the motion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Now that we've done the motion, if there was something you wanted to add, Mr. Shinbine, we're welcome to do so, or I can move on to the next one.
We can move on.
Okay. We'll move on to then item H7, rescission of motion 922017.
Okay. You know, as somebody whose parents didn't come to a softball games, it's just so moving to see the community come to stand behind me while I present the next item here. So thank you, everyone.
They came for you. It's all you.
Just a quick housekeeping item. So recently, Canmore Council requested to remove Canmore as a location of eligibility in BAMF's Housing Incentive Purchasing Program policy. Just going to call that the HIP from now on. In May 2026, BAMF Council moved to approve the changes to their municipality's HIP, removing second mortgages in Canmore from the program eligibility. For a bit of context, previously, Canmore Council, through motion 92-2017, did provide consent for Canmore as a purchasing location under the program's eligibility framework, and now that does require rescission to align with current policy. Just as some real quick background, really Banff's HIP is to encourage long-term residency in the Bow Valley by helping employees purchase their first home. In March 2017, Town of Canmore Council consented to Banff's use of the second mortgages in Canmore through motion, as I mentioned before, 92-2017. And since 2017, Banff has acquired interest in 7 Canmore properties under that program, 4 of which actually came within the past 13 months. And more recently, as you're aware, Town of Canmore Council expressed concerns that evolving housing affordability challenges and the overall lack of ability to reciprocate for Canmore employees really just ended council's support for the continued participation. So in response, the town of Banff did amend their criteria and removed Canmore from eligibility, which brings us to the recommendation, and I won't read it.
I will do so when the time comes. So essentially, this is a rescission of a motion from 2017 in order to just tidy up the books, and it's now moot because of the changes to the Banff policy. And so this is just making sure that we tidy it up on our end as well.
That is correct.
Any questions from council? Seeing none, thank you very much. So I'll move that council rescind motion 922017, that council consent to the acquisition of interest in lands within the municipal boundaries of the town of Canmore by the town of Banff for the purpose of granting a second mortgage to eligible employees under its housing incentive purchase program policy. I will speak in support of the motion for the reasons I've already stated with regards to this being now a redundant or a no longer needed motion on our books. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? I do want to take the opportunity to thank the town of Banff for their responsiveness to our concerns and their willingness to change their policy. That's what good neighbors do, is we work together, and that's what happened in this case. So I'll call the question, or if anybody else wants to speak. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, we'll move on to item H8. This is a matter that I've brought forward, and I am so appreciative that there are so many people here. What I see before me are passionate residents of Canmore, and passionate also in wanting to enjoy pickleball, which is a fantastic recreational sport and community builder. Passionate because they love their tennis courts and are enjoying the new tennis courts in Lions Park, and passionate because they are neighbors near courts that are also passionate about enjoying a peaceful enjoyment of their properties. What we have, and it's clearly evident today, is we have an issue that needs to be dealt with, because there are some bisecting or crossing interests that we need to explore. And so by bringing this today, this is not about solving something today. This is not about reaching a final decision on anything. This is about starting a community conversation. This is about starting a process that we can move to what I believe can be a win-win-win scenario. Now, it may take some time, and I don't know exactly the route to get there, but I'm hoping that today will start us on that journey. So I'm bringing a motion today around pickleball sound mitigation. Pickleball is a vastly growing sport in North America, in Canada, and certainly here in Canmore. The number of players have increased greatly year after year, and the impacts of pickleball and its growth are being felt in Canmore, but it's also something that's being felt in municipalities everywhere. While it's fun, and by the way, this is not about anybody doing anything wrong, because the natural play of very courteous players in pickleball is that it does produce some sound. That's just a reality. The equipment produces sound. If you have multiple games going on, it gets compounded, and then there has to be some verbal exchange with scores and just the regular what happens with a social and sporting event or sporting gathering. You have voices that have to be above the sound of other balls. So we do have an issue because we do have tennis courts being used for pickleball, which is not unusual. But what happens is that those tennis courts are put in places where it was never anticipated that there would be pickleball. Because at the time that many of them were built, or they were originally situated, pickleball was not something that was caught on yet. So we're having to evolve with the evolving times. Some municipalities have taken the approach of being very strict and not allowing pickleball activities within a certain distance of houses. I don't think that that's very palatable because we have such an interest within our community. We want to be able to encourage that activity at the end of the day, not discourage it. We also have different types of sports using tennis courts, and we have a brand new court in Lions Park, and the tennis community is very proud of it, as they should be. I know that they worked along with the town for many years in order to bring that to fruition. At the same time, there's residents that need to be considered. In the summer, when pickleball is played outside, hours of sunlight are long when we do have sun, and it becomes quite difficult for some people to enjoy their properties, whether that be opening their windows or enjoying their deck. So we're left into a situation where we want to encourage a growing sport. We want people to have peaceful enjoyment of their property, and we also want to make sure that there is proper facilities for each of the sports, whether it be tennis and pickleball. I don't think it would be a stretch, and I think many of us have come to the same conclusion, that ultimately we need some pickleball courts appropriately located away from residences that are designed specifically for pickleball, and hopefully a number of courts that allow for a growth in the sport. I think that that's not an unreasonable objective for us to go towards, and hopefully through this process we can refine that and determine where we can land so that pickleball can flourish and people can enjoy their property, and everybody can go about their way with a win-win. However, in the interim and in the short term, we need to deal with some issues because something has to be done. I know that the frustration of some neighbors are getting to the point where it's becoming too much. And I'm not suggesting that today solves their problem, but what I hope is seen is that it's a step forward and it's the starting of a process that will hopefully move to a place where we can get a good situation for all involved. There have been reports done about pickleball. There are best practices applied. There's various approaches taken by different municipalities and different jurisdictions. And I've attached one of those reports. This was a report done about pickleball noise assessment report. It's done by BC Recreation and Parks Association and the Pickleball BC. And this was from February of 2023. And essentially, they provide some good information as to what produces the sound, the decibel levels involved, which are often below the decibel level set out in community standards with regards to noise. But it also recognizes that pickleball has a more continuous volume, and with every court it gets compounded. It also talks about distances away or different mitigations, whether it be barriers, type of equipment, distances away from residents, etc. And so I attached that as a reference point. I have met with some neighbors recently. It's been an ongoing issue. We've received communication as council members over some time, and particularly at the last election. There was also communication to all of the candidates. I've met with them. I've met with the Pickleball Association recently as well. I've had a conversation also with members of the Tennis Association. I'm going to put forward a couple of suggested motions. However, Councillor Graham's also going to be bringing a motion arising that I'm supportive of that more outlines the path forward. Was that? Yeah. Outlines the path forward. And so I'm going to put each of these motions on the table after I have an opportunity to take some questions from my colleagues here. Are there questions? Yeah, I'll put the motions up on the board in a minute, but just with regards to the report itself, were there any questions? Okay, seeing none, let me put a motion on the table. The first motion has to do with investigating mitigation measures for Veterans Park pickleball courts. And I'll wait for Madam Clerk to put that up on screen. Bear with us. Our transition between screens takes a little time with this. Okay, so the first motion is the one at the top there, and that's that Council direct administration to investigate mitigation measures that could be applied to the Veterans Park pickleball courts in order to significantly reduce or eliminate the sound impacts on nearby residences, and to bring recommendations for said mitigations to the Finance Committee for consideration as part of the budget process in November 2026. In speaking to this motion, the complaints that I've heard from neighbors are mostly with respect to Veterans Park, because that's where most of the pickleball gets played. And this has been going on for some time. We don't have anything in the budget right now for said mitigation, so we can't do anything immediately. But what this motion does is it requires this investigation to be done, if approved by council, so that when we have our budget deliberations this fall, it could be included with the thought that hopefully as soon as next season, there could be some sound mitigations applied to the Veterans Park pickleball. Once again, as at the very least, an interim measure for a longer process. Looking to see if anybody would like to speak to this motion. Seeing none? Oh, here we go. Councillor Marin.
somebody has to go first, so that'll be me. I will be speaking in support of this motion. I think it is a good opportunity to gather more information, to get it into the budget cycle for this year for council to consider, and to possibly have some mitigation, noise mitigation in place so that pickleball can continue at Veterans Park moving forward for the next season. So I will be supporting this motion.
Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Your Worship. More of a question just about the motion for you before I kind of figure out where I land on this one. So, according to the report that is attached to this agenda item, Veterans Park is much too close to residences according to the recommended setbacks there. So I'm wondering what the rationale would be behind, putting money into mitigations for a court that, even with mitigations, according to the report, is too close to residents.
Excellent question. There's a couple of rationale. One, it's reducing the circle of those who are impacted, because the report also indicates that the with mitigations, courts can be closer to residences. So the circle of influence or impact is larger without mitigation, so it reduces it. Second, so that in itself will hopefully cause some of the neighbors to have relief. Obviously, not necessarily those immediate. I also see it as a pilot project to see what the impact is, because it could help inform future construction or otherwise. Because if looking at a future pickleball court, you may be able to find something that is within the range with mitigations, but it would be helpful to know if those mitigations actually work, right? Because, there's obviously anything higher up than the mitigations is not going to be impacted, so that has an aspect to it. There will be some noises that occur outside of, because people are trying to talk while they're waiting for courts, and there might be additional stuff, those sorts of things. But I see the rationale as both reducing the circle and a pilot project.
Thanks for that. Yes, in that case, I'll be supporting this motion simply just for more information, if anything, see what comes back to us at Finance Committee in November 2026. And hopefully, whatever comes back to us could, the mitigations could potentially be transferred to a new facility. But I guess we'll wait and see what the solutions are. Thanks.
And at least we'll know the cost of it too.
Yeah, exactly.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mayor Crowser. I wondered, I like options and variability. And if we took out the words Veterans Park and explored options at more of our facilities to see what is maybe more feasible in other locations, I wondered if you had any thoughts on broadening the scope of that just a tad.
You could bring an amending motion if you wanted to do that. I wouldn't be taking that out as a friendly amendment. And the reason being is because that is the particular park where there have been complaints and particular tensions around the sounds of pickleball. And I also, it gives a very specific location and specifications in order to get some really good numbers for mitigation measures. It's always up to council to say, okay, great, well, let's see how it works, and then let's price it out for other places. But right now, this would be, I'd like to focus on Veterans Park.
Okay, let me contemplate that amendment.
And once again, this is just to get information back to us to consider.
Thank you.
Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to support this motion because it is an investigation. It does not tie us to any decision to support what comes back to us. And that investigation, I believe, is going to bring us back more data, more information about whether or not this is even a viable option, how much it would cost, and what its effectiveness would be. But it's a worthwhile investigation, and it's one that is not for us to do. It's one for us to direct our administration to do and bring back. And so that's why I think that it is supportable. I believe the motion arising is where there will be some other things that address different aspects of what might be needed in the long term for solutions. So I think that we're on the right track. Thank you.
Councillor Hillstad.
I will be supporting this motion. I think it's fine to start with Veterans Park. Again, if we find a solution there, I'm sure most likely it'll be able to be applied to different courts in different locations. So I think keeping with Veterans Park for now is fine. Focus on the spot that we need to focus on right now, and if we find good solutions as different courts get developed, or if other courts need treatments, we'll hopefully have some answers to that to begin with.
Councillor Ma.
Yep. Thank you, Worship. Essentially echoing what many of my fellow councillors have already said, Veterans Park is the hotspot here, and so whatever we can investigate for mitigation measures in this situation, we could probably take those applications towards other courts if that was something that we needed to do, but definitely starting sooner rather than later to kind of look at what we can do for mitigation would be helpful for all parties. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I'll call the question then. All in favor? Carried unanimously. The second motion has a couple of parts, and this is really about trying to think in terms of what can be done immediately that also might provide some relief to neighbors while not too extremely curtail pickleball being played. I'll put the motion out there, and then I will speak to different elements. It will definitely be open if anybody would like to bring an amending motion, and I'll mention a couple that might be worthwhile considering. So the motion that I'm putting out there is that Council direct administration to work with the Bow Valley Pickleball Association on a pilot project to, 1, implement voluntary restrictions, including signage. I'll go to a different screen here. Signage so that pickleball is not being played on Town of Canmore owned, and I'm going to just add something here, Town of Canmore owned outdoor courts after 8 p.m. Mondays through Thursdays and after 7 p.m. Fridays through Sundays, effective immediately. 2, to encourage awareness and adoption of BVPA's Good Neighbor Guidelines by all pickleballers, and to report back to Council in the winter of 2026-27 as to the perceived impacts of these pilot projects efforts based upon feedback from interest holders, complaints, and observations of administration. And thank you to the clerk for working to insert the outdoor element. There we go. Okay, and so in speaking to this, let's deal with the first one first. Currently, it's possible for pickleball to be played until you can't see, although in some places I've heard of car lights being used to illuminate the court. But for neighbors, that provides some uncertainty as to when they could perhaps plan to be able to sit out on their deck without having to deal with the sounds of pickleball or open their windows. And so I thought that this would be a good initial step that would still allow the bulk of the pickleball play to be done, but also give residents some sense that they can plan something after those times. I want to speak to a few elements here. What is voluntary restrictions? It just means that we don't have a bylaw to enforce against it. It would likely mean that there would be some signage put on there that out of respect for neighbors, please no pickleball after these times. And it's really about it being a pilot project. As far as the location, there have been suggestions that maybe it should just be Veterans Park courts. The reason I had gone with all Town of Canmore owned outdoor courts is because I was concerned about potentially a migration of an issue. Instead of playing here, we'll play there type thing. And then it just transfers the same issue. It is certainly open to any of my colleagues if they would like to propose an amendment that it is just, let's say, the Veterans Park Court. Then secondly, this is specific about pickleball. And it's not because pickleball is bad. In fact, the opposite, pickleball is very good. The reality is that compared to other uses of courts, it creates more noise. And the analogy I would use is, let's say on Riverside Park, it became popular that people got together and they did some drum circles or jamming sessions or something of that nature, and it became very popular. It was something that was done all the time. And if it was something that we needed to limit, we wouldn't close the entire park to stop or to reduce noise that is produced by one particular activity. We would address the activity. And so there certainly is an option that this could be applied to all activities on courts, but I think that that would be too extreme. I do say that in saying that please don't use this against pickleball. Every sport has its own nuances. This is just one that we're dealing with because it wasn't anticipated for that use of courts when these were placed in proximity to residences. Speaking to the other elements, encourage awareness and adoption of Bow Valley Pickleball Association Good Neighbor Guidelines. This is one example of many where the Pickleball Association is being very proactive. I've been very impressed with this organization. They have a number of subcommittees, membership and whatnot, like you'd expect, but they also produce things like this Good Neighbor Guidelines that would be good for all pickleballers to follow. And they also do things like they are proactively looking for sites where pickleball could be played that wouldn't give rise to the issue with neighbors. And they are doing this on their own initiative before this conversation started. That was already something they were doing. And I hope through the motion arising, it will add some clout with administration working and council supporting that direction. And then to report back, because we want to know whether or not this is at all effective, whether there's something that can be tweaked or should be scrapped altogether, these sorts of things. So that's the motion that I would put to you. As I mentioned, if anybody has any amending motions, please bring them forward and we can discuss changes. Otherwise, I would ask for you to support this motion as is. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. With respect to the first point here, in regards to voluntary restrictions, and clearly voluntary restrictions are voluntary. They're not going to be enforced by bylaw. I was curious if you'd be interested in a friendly amendment rather than saying a blanket restriction across all Canmore-owned courts, just to really just isolate it to the one spot where we're dealing with a bit of an issue right now here at the Veterans Park Court only.
You know, rather than going with a friendly amendment, I would encourage you to make an amending motion. And the reason is I've had informal conversations with all of you, and you're all over the map on this. And so rather than me picking one direction or another, I'd rather it go to a vote.
Okay.
So would you like to move that, and I would suggest that it's not being played on, instead of cross-out town of Canmore-owned outdoor courts, it be on Veterans Park courts?
Yeah, I would make that as an amending motion, sir.
Okay, so we have an amending motion on the table. Would you like to speak to that amending motion?
Yeah, I can speak to it to a degree. Like I said before, I feel the one court that we're having some challenges from neighbors is specifically just the Veterans Park Court. And to take that sort of level of voluntary restriction and to move it from the one site across the board to all the other sites, to me that seems a little bit too restrictive. And it also kind of, we have a short season for people to play pickleball.
Veterans Park,
yeah. Sorry, Veterans Park. And so from here, I just feel like there's got to be a way we can balance this where we can take some of the heat off of the hot spot in the one court, but at the same time not preclude playing opportunities throughout the rest of town.
Okay, so thank you for speaking to your amending motion. Councillor Marin.
Thank you for the amending motion. I'm not in favor of the amendment. I have the same concerns as Mayor Krausert that this would change the noise problem to a different court, and then we would be back at that same spot, but in a different area of town. So I'm not going to support the amending motion at this time.
Councillor Murray, speaking to the amending motion.
Yeah, thanks. I'm just a question as well. Have there been noise complaints generated that we've received from, say, where pickleball is played in Larch or where it's played in Cougar Creek?
I'm not aware, though, I'm not certain it's being played in Cougars Creek. Larch, I know that there's some concerns about the surface.
Mm-hmm.
And so not everyone is really keen on playing there.
Right.
But no, I have not. I would open it up to administration if they have heard any complaints in that regard. Mr. Mackay in particular. Are you aware of other complaints?
There may have been a handful of complaints around the larch, use of larch, but given the lack, or I guess declining use of that space for pickleball, I would suspect that noise complaints aren't related to pickleball in that location. As they're not as frequent these days, if at all.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I never thought that my experience and training in the acoustic properties of sound would come into play at the council table, but here we are. You know, with pickleball, you know, from my research, what I've learned is that there's a lot of factors that go into it, and one of the big ones is the frequency of sound that wiffle ball makes when it hits that paddle is at a very sensitive spot for human hearing. Much different than tennis or basketball or some of the other potential uses of popular courts that are outside in municipal places. Also, the standard pickleball paddle acts as an acoustic sort of sound amplifier when it hits. Plus the frequency of hits, the number of players, I mean, it all kind of adds up to make pickleball a different sport in a lot of ways, and it's not about picking on pickleball or the players. It's simple acoustic science. So it's definitely something that we need to look at as far as where and how it's played. As far as this particular amendment, I don't know where I land on this one because, yeah. And I'm also not sure about the voluntary restriction part either, to be perfectly honest with you, because that certainly has the potential to create more conflict when people might ignore the voluntary part, but it might. This one's really complicated.
No, exactly. No,
yeah.
You're exactly right.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. It's not an easy situation to deal with. I'm feeling we need to do something.
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
And we can't. I mean, to have it non-voluntary, you need to have it in a bylaw. And we just haven't had the ability to get into it to make a proper bylaw change. And I think that this would feed into a potential bylaw change, depending. So, and that's another factor of this too, is that, you know, we as a council are not, you know, typically we would ask administration for a report, they'd come back to us, and we'd act off that, and we're kind of, I don't know. I'll wait to see what everyone else says on this one. Okay, next up is Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can support this section of the amendment from Councillor Ma. There may be other areas that are more appropriate. At this point in time, we're not getting noise complaints at other locations as frequently. If this motion was to go forward, this is an amendment that I could help me support it.
Okay. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will not support the amendment. I appreciate Councillor Murray's comments because it expanded my understanding of where the issue not being in one just location, but potentially being around the actual physical creation of the sound to begin with. But I want to be really clear, and I think that this kind of speaks to the overall motion in a way for me, so that the next time it goes round, I won't speak again. For me, the reason I would consider supporting this at all is because it's voluntary. I don't think that we, as council, should be making like motions to change the operating hours of our recreation facilities. That is outside of our scope, in my opinion, and that would come, I would like, right, in those situations, if we're actually changing things, I would think that there's a different process where recommendations come to us around the operation of our facilities. What this is about creating conversations in the community and awareness, and so I do have the same concern around the voluntary hours actually increasing conflicts. However, that's a pilot and administration will report back. So if this doesn't work, we'll hear about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hillstead on the amending motion.
Yeah. I can support the amending motion to narrow it down to Veterans Park. Personally, I think I would prefer if it was we just said all racket sports or just all sports in case some kid with a hockey stick wants to go in there too. But just to, again, pickleball, to be fair, yes, there's science behind why it makes the noise it makes. But I've also, I know just with other sports, some people like to bring music along. Some people like to do other things. So to me, more for the neighbors, for the neighborhood, I would prefer it was just all sports, just to make it simple and just clear that that court, yes, it's voluntary, that we shut that court down a little early just for the neighbors. Just on the off chance that somebody outside of pickleball comes, but they brought some music or they're just extremely loud, who knows? But as the motion is currently written, I'd be okay with supporting it, but I do have that one reservation around specifically pickleball. I think for the neighborhood, it might just be better to just say all sports on that particular court.
And just to that comment, then please consider after we deal with this amending motion, if you want to bring an amending motion, because that is another thing that I had one-on-ones with each of you about informally, and once again, all over the map. So it's better to be dealt with through an amending motion. Okay, Councillor Ma, did you want to speak to close on your amending motion?
Yeah. And so Councillor Hill said you might bring up the thing about sport agnostic at a future moment. Yeah, thank you for everyone speaking to their thoughts. I stand by this. I feel what happens at Veterans Park, I think the proximity of that court relative to the neighbors, maybe at its closest point, is about 20 meters. I think if you were to look at Lions Park, the distance is bigger than 20 meters, and same thing at Larch. Having said this, it's a voluntary restriction, and I also think, this sport does a lot for people, and to do a blanket closure across all courts is a step too far, my thoughts.
Great. Okay, so there's an amending motion that we've all spoken to, and I will now ask the question. All those in favor of the amending motion? Those opposed? The amending motion is passed with Mayor Krauser, Councillor Faubert, and Councillor Marin opposed. So we now have a revised original motion that has the proposed restrictions just on Veterans Park. Oh, yeah, it was carried, yeah. Yeah, and Faubert, right. And that's just the amendment. So now we're back to the original motion. Before, is anybody wishing to? Okay, Councillor Hillstead, you have an amending motion.
Since I already spoke about it, so yeah, my amendment would be so that sports are, instead of pickleball just sports are not being played on town of Canmore courts. Again, just to encompass on the off chance that other than racket sports, because, as a kid, I remember going to different things that weren't necessarily meant for that sport and doing other sports on it. So just want to encompass all of it, just to make it clear that just basically more for the neighborhood, just to voluntarily shut the courts down early so that they have a little bit more certainty that there will be no noise.
So just to be clear then, The proposed amendment is striking out pickleball is and inserting sports are. So that the phrase would read, so that sports are not being played on Veterans Park courts after those times.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, procedural question? Yes.
Yeah,
Councillor
sorry,
Mayor.
just with that amending motion, if it does pass, I'm wondering if we should add the Canmore Tennis Association to the heading as well. So then it would be working with both the Bow Valley Pickle Association and the Canmore Tennis Association if this passes. So I don't know if we can do that after, but I would suggest that both of those interest holders should be involved in that pilot program if we are restricting it completely to all of the racket sports.
Point noted, and I'll address that then after we deal with the amending motion. Anyone wishing to speak to this amending motion? Councillor Faubert.
I'm not in support of this. I think this really muddies the water a bit. This isn't the problem, this isn't the issue that we are trying to address. There will be unintended consequences to this. And then what about in the future when we create new pickleball courts and the tennis courts are just for tennis, then now no tennis after 8 or 7? Like, we're making operational changes, like implications to operational changes for all different types of sports for our recreational facilities. And like, I feel like we're outside of our lane in some of this. And so I'm not comfortable with this and I won't support it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm of the same mind as I spoke to earlier, and this isn't about isolating any one sport. This is recognizing that there's a noise issue associated with one particular activity that's being addressed, and I think that this expands it beyond that particular issue. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was more inclined to look at activities instead of just sports. You know, you're talking about people coming out in there with their ghetto blasters, for lack of a better word. I can get behind this one, but if it fails, then
are you open to a friendly
activities?
amendment? So the friendly amendment's being accepted. Sports change to activities. Okay. Would you like to speak further?
No, I'm good.
Councillor Marin.
I also will not be supporting this amending motion. I agree with Councillor Faubert and Mayor Krausert. When we get into things like ghetto blasters, we're actually getting into areas of noise bylaw, not restrictions on courts. So that applies to parks, that applies to being on a sidewalk, that applies to many different things. So I do think that this oversteps as well. I think this conversation came because of pickleball specifically and the noises associated with it. So I'm not in favor of expanding that to include vague activities, which has quite a broad interpretation. So I'm not comfortable with this amended motion.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you. The reason I can get behind this one is because it treats everybody equally and fairly. I really struggle with singling out one activity. That's a hard thing for me to get behind. So while I appreciate all of your comments, Your Worship, earlier about this not wanting to point to one user group, to me, we are. And to me, it's about equity and fairness across all user groups. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can support this for two reasons. One, I do think it can be problematic when we're just singling out one user group, and that can be used as like a precedent-setting idea or weaponized down the road. But also, I think just by having all activities for Veterans Park here, it's just like an additional gesture of goodwill to the neighborhood there. I think they've dealt with a lot, and just by having them given some certainty that they'll have peace and quiet on a perhaps voluntary basis could be helpful there. It's an additional step of courtesy just because I feel that neighborhood has just gone for a little bit more. So.
Okay, it's an interesting point that I'm taking into account. Councillor Murray.
Thanks, Mayor Krausert. I won't be supporting this amendment, although I definitely appreciate the sentiment behind it. I already feel like we're really, as Councillor Faubert alluded to, we're really kind of towing the line on what is appropriate as far as what council should be doing, in advance of sort of administrative recommendations and that sort of thing. I think this is, the amendment that that's on the table without this, or sorry, the motion that's on the table without this amendment is a really targeted sort of short-term thing to address a neighborhood concern. And the fact that we've just confined it to Veterans Park is already a bit of give on that one too. So I won't be supporting the amendment, but again, I appreciate the sentiment behind it.
Councillor Hillstad to close.
Thank you for the great debate. Again, if this wasn't a voluntary restriction, I would agree that we're overstepping, but because it's purely voluntary, I feel there is a little bit of wiggle room to, go a little outside of what may be deemed normal. Just because, again, if we were changing this and this was something that we were applying as an actual restriction, not voluntary, and this is voluntary, we're not going to enforce it. It's going to be basically being a good neighbor, being a good citizen. We're asking you for a little help here. So to me, that's why it is appropriate in this situation. Again, totally understand. This is a kind of a weird situation to begin with. So we're getting into some weird spots, and it's just the nature of the beast.
Thank you. Thank you for everyone speaking to the amending motion. I'll call the question. All those in favor of the amendment? Those opposed? The amendment is defeated with Councillors Hillstad, Maw, and Graham in favor. So now we're back to the original motion with the one amendment. Would anybody like to speak further to this motion? Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. Unfortunately, I won't be able to support this one at this time. I'm concerned about the voluntary nature of that and it creating more conflict than we currently have. We have an issue here and we need to address it. In my opinion, this motion has unintended consequences that I need personally to have more appreciation for from a report from administration and consultation with the user groups, consultation with the neighbors, to put in what I would feel would be a more comprehensive solution. So while I appreciate the sentiment, I feel a more normal approach that we would take is more appropriate at this point in time. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Maw.
Thank you, Worship. Just a question for you, and perhaps maybe this hasn't really been addressed. Is this what we're debating here? Does it have a sunset clause? Is this sort of thing where, or are we talking about stuff that will happen for?
Yeah, no, there'll be a report coming back pursuant to this motion, and presumably then we'll make some decisions.
So this is not like a forever thing? Okay, thank you.
No. Just to close on this motion then, I just wanted to add to, it's mentioned in the accompanying report, and it's in addition to what Councillor Murray was talking about regarding acoustics. When you also get the vocal element above the acoustics that are there, the human brain is also wired to pay attention to information that is being sought, and it was noted as something that is a material in the discussion about sounds of emanating from pickleball being played. So I'll call the question on this motion. All of those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried with Councillors Hillstad and Graham opposed. And now I'm going to turn things over to Councillor Graham for your motion arising. Okay, if you want to talk to it, that's fine.
Thank you, sir.
I thought your motion spoke for itself.
It most likely does. But I'd like to move that council direct administration to work with the Bow Valley Pickleball Association and other applicable stakeholders to identify and evaluate short, medium, and long-term pickleball infrastructure options that support growing community participation and access, balance neighborhood considerations, align with the town's recreation, wellness, community building, economic resiliency objectives in its 2027 and 2030 strategic plan, addresses recreation infrastructure capacity constraints, and provides a pathway to a long-term home for pickleball within the Canmore recreation system. Further, that administration report back to council with options and recommendations for accommodating the current and future participation demand by March 31st, 2027. In speaking to the motion, there are a few issues here, and I believe that there's short-term issues which we've talked to extensively in the last debate. There are medium-term and long-term options and possibilities here. It is important to me that we talk with all of the stakeholders involved in this, and that administration brings us back a full report on how best to address each of these things. When I'm talking short-term, I'm talking the next 12 to 24 months. When I'm talking medium, I'm talking 24 to maybe 4 years, and in the long term, kind of that 5-year time frame. Yeah, it's important to me to have that full consultation with everybody and have those full understandings of the issues, of the concerns that neighborhoods have, of the usage that certain groups have and the hours that they're looking for, as well as understanding, the capacities that we have currently and don't or may not have or are starting to exceed. So to me, this is a fulsome opportunity to address these concerns over the next while. So I look forward to council's debate if there's any questions, and if I understand there might be some suggested amendments to this, and I would appreciate chatting about those. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marin.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you'd accept a friendly amendment. Because we're talking about all of the interest groups, we specifically named the Bow Valley Pickleball Association. After that, I'm just wondering if we can insert the Canmore Tennis Association, so they're named specifically. There's obviously courts that are used by those multiple groups, so I just think it's important to have them specifically named as one of those interest groups, and then to also keep stakeholders or interest groups is fine, but just to make sure they're included as well.
So you're suggesting a friendly amendment that would add after Bow Valley Pickleball Association, comma, Canmore Tennis Association, comma, and other applicable stakeholders.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Graham, are you amenable to that friendly amendment?
I will take that as a friendly amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will be also supporting this motion. It's clear that there is a lot of passion for these sports in town. We've received 150 plus emails over the last week. We appreciate your engagement. I don't think you need to convince anybody up here that pickleball, tennis, all of these activities are physically and socially beneficial. So I think that this puts us on a track to ensure that we have infrastructure to support the growth of that activity while still making sure that it's sustainable for all of our community members. So I'll support that, and I really look forward to seeing what comes back to council so that we can make decisions moving forward to support pickleball and the other activities in our community.
Thank you. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have two friendlies and a question. Can we please change stakeholders to interest holders?
Yep.
And then the last clause, the March 31st, 2027 is located in the sentence in a way that is confusing. And I suggest that the date I read it as if the actual work would be completed by March 31st, but this clause is asking for administration to report back on March 31st, right? So report back to council by March 31st, 2027 with options and recommendations is more clear to me about what we're asking for.
So moving the, taking the by March 31st, 2027 off the end of it and putting it right after council.
Yes, please.
Is that an acceptable friendly amendment?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, it's agreed. Both of those are friendly amendments are agreed.
And then my question is about capacity and whether or not this administration feels that the timelines for this work are doable. If that is an okay question through the chair.
Yes. Mr. Mackay?
I think it's doable, and it'll likely be heavily informed by the Recreation Master Plan and some of the work that was created as part of that plan development.
Great. Thank you, and thank you for that question. Councillor Hillstad, speaking to the motion.
I'm happy to support this motion. Again, this is where the real work lies, and the previous ones were some temporary, potential temporary solutions. So I look forward to seeing what this process brings out and how we can move forward.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Murray?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I'm happy to support this motion. The Bow Valley Pickleball Association, I mean, has grown in leaps and bounds in a relatively short period of time. And from the correspondence we've received since this motion was put out into the public sphere, I mean, for a lot of people, it's more than just a sport. Like, we've heard stories about how pickleball has, like, saved lives and fought off depression and given them sort of a new life on fitness and social activity. Like, it's something that means a lot to a lot of people. And, you know, a growing sport like this deserves a home. And I truly believe that within the Pickleball Association now and potentially into the future, I mean, there's the knowledge and capacity as far as, applying for grants. There's probably some capital investment and crowdfunding potential there. And really, the most important thing is there's the motivation and the drive to actually get their own dedicated facility. I wouldn't be surprised if they turn this around relatively quickly, when it comes to building a brand new sports facility in a community. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what these conversations produce. I'm happy to support this motion, and I hope the Canmore Tennis Association comes to the table with some ideas on how they were able to raise money for the Lions Park courts and how that could potentially be applied to the pickleball group. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Maw.
Thank you, Worship. Before I express which way I'm on this, could I ask a question for you to admin, please?
Sure. What's your question?
Yeah, so typically my question is, like, I can understand Councillor Graham's talk about medium-term and long-term solutions. Typically what I'm concerned about here is about the short-term solutions, because typically a short-term solution will often involve like a reallocation or a deeper dive into the current existing resources that we have right now, which are the courts. And so my question to administration, who ultimately dictates the terms of how our various court facilities are used?
Mr. Mackay.
When you say dictates the terms as far as rules, regulations?
I've been hearing some narratives amongst the community that Lions Park, because some great work was done by raising grant money from CTA, that they have a certain expectation that the courts are used a certain way. I'm curious, have there been contractual obligations? Is that like a certain belief? I'm just trying to understand that piece within the grander context of all the courts.
Sure. The Lions Park courts are owned by the community. They belong to the town of Canmore, everyone. They're a municipal asset. And with the management of any municipal asset, we engage heavily with groups who are interested in how that asset's managed, whether it be outdoor rinks, playgrounds, sports fields, courts, really any recreational asset in particular. So there's no ownership, but they're an important interest holder in how that asset's managed.
Okay, so just to clarify, so at Lions Park, it is open for all racket sports, not specifically just tennis?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Councillor Faubert.
Thank you. I didn't speak to the motion before. I just asked a couple of questions. I just wanted to just say that the motion arising, this is to me where the rubber hits the road, and the bullet point provide a pathway towards a long-term home for pickleball within Canmore's recreation system. If this, and I'm speaking in favor of this motion, this is real direction. This is real opportunity. And I know that people have been worried about what we were going to do here today and that it was going to limit their opportunity to access something that is really important to them. But when I see this paves a way towards a real home for pickleball, and that is a real win. So I'm really excited about what's going to come out of this, and I think that giving this direction is exactly what we need to be doing. Thank you.
And I'll also speak in support of this motion. The objectives here are completely aligned with what I had put forward in my request for decision. I appreciate Councillor Graham gleaning this from the feedback that's been received and bringing this forward. I hope that this will add to the current efforts being made by the Bow Valley Pickleball Association to find a space dedicated to pickleball that where it can flourish, and I think that council getting behind it will only make that happen faster. So with that, I will call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. All right. I'm recognizing that people have been sitting for quite a while, been here a while, and are not likely here for other elements. So we're going to take a break until 4:05 so that people can decide if they want to stay for the next elements or go on with their day. Oh, Councillor Murray?
Yeah, the motion that you put on the floor.
Okay. Murray just asked for a moment before we break to ask a question of procedure.
Sorry, just the motion that we approved, the one that you put on the floor, we approved the first part. Were there the Good Neighbor program in part 3? Was that going to be a separate motion?
No, that's all part of that.
That was all part of it? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Carry on. Okay, we're back, and I'm wondering if member, thank you, Nathan. Oh, door could be closed. Thank you. All right, we are now moving forward to item H9. Let me just pull it up here. Yeah. And Ms. Jones, welcome to council, and whenever you're ready, the microphone is yours. We're dealing with capital project 7409, amendment, downtown washroom interim replacement project.
Thank you and good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Crystal Jones. I'm here to talk to you about Capital 7409, the downtown washroom interim replacement project. Administration is requesting an increased budget from the $700,000 budget to a $1.46 million budget. The additional $760,000 would be funded from the Asset Replacement and Rehabilitation Reserve. Timing on this project is critical as we are aiming to start construction in August of this year. To give you a little bit of background, CAP 7409 was approved in the 25-26 capital budget. The original budget is $700,000. In mid-25, we had procurement of the modular unit completed, and in spring of this year, the civil RFP was issued and returned a couple weeks ago. The project replaces the existing facilities that were built in 1989. These facilities are currently undersized at the end of their life, not designed for long-term or high-volume demand, and doesn't meet modern accessibility standards. This is a proposal of the washroom facility, where we will have 10 universal stalls, which includes an accessible and family stall, plus a maintenance room in the middle to better meet the current demands and operations of the building. This is an improvement from the gender-specific layout that we have currently. This will increase the capacity with better accessibility and flexibility through the universal stalls. To install this, we require full servicing of the infrastructure. Includes the concrete pad, accessible ramps, water, sanitary, stormwater upgrades, electrical and mechanical systems to provide lighting and ventilation for year-round use. This will ensure that the facility is safe and accessible and will meet the level of demand for the area.
Interrupt.
Yes.
Just on that last slide, can you contextualize it for us where this is located?
Right, okay, so this gray bit is the Old Vic building.
Okay.
So what we're doing is we're demolishing the building that's there, so the current facility, and we're putting a new facility. So it's going to be in the same location.
Same location, but it's now extended out further.
Correct.
And making better use of the space.
Absolutely.
Got it, thank you.
Sorry about that.
No, thank you.
Any other questions on the plan? All right, I will move on. Through the procurement of the Civil Works, administration received 2 qualified bids. Both came in significantly over the available budget. However, they were consistent with each other. And that confirmed that the increase of cost reflected the current market conditions rather than a single outlier submission. Administration has also reviewed alternatives, including reducing the scope or cancelling the project, neither of which are recommended. Reducing the scope would further delay the project without any meaningful costs, as there's a lot of cost being driven by the infrastructure. Cancelling the project leaves the town with a facility that is at the end of life and still not meeting current community needs. Funding for this project was originally $700,000, supported through a combination of the Asset Replacement Rehabilitation Reserve, the LGFF, and the MSI capital funds. Administration also explored external grant opportunities, however, none were secured, and there are currently no programs that align with the project's scope and timescales. The cost increase is primarily due to 3 factors, we believe. The modular units came in higher than originally budgeted for. The civil works are more complex than initially anticipated, and an overall market escalation has impacted both the modular construction and the civil site works costs. Again, timing is urgent on this one, as we are targeting a August 2026 construction start. Delay, we will miss the construction season, prolong the service gap, and there is chance for further cost increases to creep in. This leaves me with a revised total project cost of $1.46 million. Administration is requesting an additional $760,000. And the recommendation before council is that council approve an increase to the budget for the downtown washroom interim replacement project, CAP 7409, from $700,000 to $1.46 million, with a $760,000 to be funded from the asset replacement and rehabilitation reserve. I really stumble on that one, I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. And I do have a question. If a projected start date is August, do you have a projected completion date?
Yes, end of October, beginning of November.
Okay.
So that's to complete the civil works within the time frame of the warmer months before we start to get into that freeze thaw.
Great, thank you. Councillor Faubert, you have a question?
Yes, thank you so much, Ms. Jones, for your presentation. Have we explored any grant funding potential for this, including tourism infrastructure grant funding?
We have explored some grant funding. We had applied for the Barriers Busters grant previously, but we were unsuccessful in that, unfortunately. And having taken a look at what there is now at the moment, nothing meets our current scope or timescales.
Okay, Councillor Marin.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. When you're talking the interim replacement project, how long do we anticipate these washrooms being in place? Like, what is the life cycle or the lifespan, I guess, of these washrooms?
Can I defer that
Yes.
question?
Ms. Smithers?
Calling your friend,
can.
Ms. Smithers.
Thank you. Yeah, you certainly can. So the interim reference isn't really so much about a point in time. It's about recognizing that that site will include eventually, among other things, a transit hub, and that the kind of ultimate goal of the washroom design would be incorporated into a larger building that would meet a number of needs, including that transit hub facility. So this is really about, in the meantime, we do need some new washrooms in there. As Ms. Jones spoke to, we need more stalls, and they need to be more accessible, and the current ones are at their end of life. So it is a kind of a bridging solution until we get to the point where we have the ultimate design for that site overall, and we have the funding for it, and we can move forward on it.
Okay, so can I assume that then by moving forward with this project, when there is more of a permanent state, that this would reduce the costs of that? Like, this infrastructure would be able to be reused?
The civil, likely. I think it's a challenging question to ask. We would obviously look for efficiencies, we do in everything we build, but I can't say with certainty that cost savings would be there.
I'm trying to get a sense of that $1.46 million on washrooms, how long we have them for. Like, or do we have this, is this for 1 year, is this for 5 years? Is there an approximation of what we get out of $1.5 million?
So I could say that the transit hub, including the stalls, were on the capital list of unfunded projects when I started at the town 7 years ago. And I think just looking forward to future budget discussions, I don't know when we will be able to fit it on, given our competing capital needs.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't know that I can't give you, I don't think there's any certainty around when that whole site will eventually get redeveloped. And there is an urgency to meeting this need of the downtown washrooms.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Ms. Jones, for your presentation. $760,000 is a pretty big chunk of change to be taking out of a reserve fund, larger than a lot of the asks we get for this sort of emergency work, if you will, or quick requests. Are there any concerns about that reserve and the balance that will be left in it after the 760 is withdrawn?
Ms. Smithers.
you want to start? Or?
Sure.
Ms. Jones?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Murray, I have been made aware that there are a few projects where they have come under budget, and so there will be funds going back into this reserve.
Yeah, I think that's
you'd
fair.
like
It's
to.
the Asset Replacement and Rehabilitation Reserve exists in part to cover gaps like this in projects, right, that are related to life cycle replacement. I will say also within facilities, as Ms. Jones spoke to, we know that there are some projects that we anticipate will be coming in under budget, at which point those funds would be returned to the reserve at the end of this year.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Hillstead.
Some of my questions have already been asked. Again, because it's a module system, like some things can be picked up later and moved. So do we know if there's any option for, once we're done with this, if we can use it at some other venue or something, or if it's kind of a just tear down after?
Through
Ms.
you,
Jones? Yes.
through you, Mr. Mayor. I believe so. So there is potential for that. Again, we haven't spoke about that with the manufacturer. However, the fact that they are making it off-site and bringing it in, and it's kind of like a plug-and-play system, I see no reason why at some point we wouldn't be able to reuse those somewhere else. But I can come back with a more certain answer after I speak to the manufacturer.
And then my second question would just be, if for some reason we decide that we don't want to spend this additional money, what would happen? Like, since we've already ordered the module, would it just be we have one and this project just dies, or just basically just want to know, because I know that the other aren't recommended, but just on the off chance that we don't approve this budget ask, I'm just curious what happens.
If that's not approved, then this would be cancelled, leaving a undersized end-of-life facility still in place.
Thank you.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Ms. Jones. So to follow up on a couple of the other questions, so if it was canceled, can we return the modular unit can we recoup some of that money?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we haven't actually purchased the unit, so that monies have not been spent. There has been some money spent on the design. So, for instance, the RFP includes the design of the concrete base and the associated upgrades to the services, but we haven't actually hit the button to order anything.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Ms. Smithers, did you want to add something to that?
Yeah, so I think a couple of these comments are related to the point in the report that speaks to the procurement of modular stalls completed in 2025. That really speaks to the fact that we needed to engage the manufacturer to be able to proceed with the civil works. So although we have engaged them to understand the needs for the civil works, we haven't actually purchased the modular units yet. Just wanted to have some.
Thank you for that additional clarification. And I'm not sure if I'm not sure if this one should go on camera, but I'd like to know what the actual building cost. Is that an in-camera based on our capital project?
The amount being requested is the amount that I believe administration is comfortable would complete the project. So I don't think we need to know exactly the bids.
Okay. I'm good for now. Thank you.
Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Ms. Jones, for presenting. This is an eye-watering sum of money for 10 bathrooms. Have other locations been contemplated that we could perhaps put these in that would be a less expensive install?
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
Not for certain at the moment. If we've looked at other areas of the town, we know that the current facility is highly used. by a lot of the downtown, not only the customers of the downtown area, but also tourism. There are other areas, such as the Civic Building, where people can come to, but signs through town lead to that area. It's also the main area within the downtown where you would go. And I'm not sure if there are any other comments to add to that one.
Yeah, I would, thank you for that answer, Ms. Jones. I would add that that has been a point of discussion off and on over the years. When we did look at initially putting this project on the books, we looked at the fact that we have public washrooms in the Civic Center. However, the Civic Center is not open on every single weekend with certainty, right? We also looked at the fact that we have washrooms at Centennial Park, at Lions Park, at the Opera House, so that we have had conversations about kind of sites in proximity to downtown. And certainly what has consistently come back to us, in part through some of the businesses downtown, is there is a need for public washrooms at a central location downtown. So to that end, the most logical solution in our mind is really replace them in their current location, because the location is great. It's not like we have an abundance of land elsewhere to put them, and it's central, and it would it is needed in addition to the existing public washrooms. Sorry, the existing public washrooms that exist in relative close proximity to downtown.
Thank you, Ms. Smitters. One more question. If we were to begin this project and we are demolishing the current bathroom because it'll be on the site for the new ones, what is the bridging solution for washroom facility while that's happening?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe that would be things such as the Civic Building as well as some other outbuildings around the area. We are trying to expedite and move fast on this one. So we were trying to do it outside of the main tourism area. However, we do have to do it before the freeze thaw, so we only have certain amounts. So we would try our best to get it done within the August to October window.
Okay, so during the months of, if this project were to go, during the months of August, September, October, because that bathroom currently would be out of commission, it would be like go to the Civic Center, go to the restaurant you're patronizing, etc. That's the temporary. Okay. Thank you. Just trying to understand.
Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just had another question that came up. Did we consider using the paid parking reserve money? Is that even allowable within the policy? No?
Okay, so Ms. Smithers.
We did not consider that. I don't think it's consistent with the purpose of that reserve.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you to Councillor Maw for that question about the interim solutions or the bridge washrooms. And I wondered, consultation with the BIA and any funds from them to help support this?
Sorry.
Ms. Smithers.
Yeah, again, the BIA has been involved in this conversation off and on since I started working at the town, coming up on 7 years ago. So I think that's been done sufficiently. We have not approached them for a funding contribution. I can't really speak to the practicalities of that for the BIA, but yeah, okay. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Ms. Smithers.
Councillor Marin.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just concerned about the timing. I know that there's obviously some restrictions as far as the freeze-thaw cycle and getting this done before the winter. But then I'm also concerned that all of those washrooms will be out of commission in August, which is arguably our busiest time downtown in the summer. So I'm wondering if there's been additional thought given to putting in something temporary such as porta potties that would alleviate some of the concerns of the downtown businesses to remove those washrooms and not have an alternative for October, September, October.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I think I could take that away and take a look at it with the team, and that is something that we could add to it. Hopefully it doesn't add any extra cost. Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, Councillor Graham.
Following up on Councillor Marin's, is there any risk that the winter freeze delays this project and we don't get it completed until the spring?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. There's always a risk. If ice comes beforehand. However, the way that it is currently scheduled, the only thing that may fall outside is maybe some paving stones, but the operational use of the facilities should be open by the end of October.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your questions. I do not see any others. Ms. Jones, thank you very much for your excellent presentation and your answers. I will now put on the table that council increase the budget for the downtown washroom interim replacement project, cap 7409, from $700,000 to $1,460,000, with $760,000 to be funded from the asset replacement rehabilitation reserve. In speaking to the motion, without a doubt, there's sticker shock associated with when you have a project over doubling in cost. However, we've seen this in other projects as well. We do know that the costs of things are going up, and to delay things is likely only going to cost more later. I also know from sitting on council since 2012 and starting at that time being on the Downtown Business Association board representing council, this has been a long needed project. This is something that is way overdue from the perspective of businesses. It is something that I think will be a real asset to our downtown area. The design is way better as far as functionality. Quite frankly, the current washrooms are not pleasant. And that's no fault of anyone, they're old. and they need a refresh. And so while it is sticker shock with the increase, I'm willing to support this increase because it is a much needed asset for the downtown area. Councillor Marin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Crowsard. I will also support this motion. I think this washroom replacement is very much needed. I know that the businesses downtown will be very happy to see this move forward. I also appreciate that the cost increase is not ideal. However, I also appreciate that administration had multiple quotes and that this is what we're looking at to do this project. I do have concerns about the timing as far as having no washrooms in that area for August and September during very busy times. So understanding that there might be implications also financially, I think it would be worthwhile looking at what some interim solutions might be, such as porta potties or even longer hours in the Civic Center to ensure those washrooms are available. I'm not sure what that will look like, but I know there will be some concerns from downtown businesses about that in-between time when the old washrooms are gone and the new ones are not yet built. But I do think that this is, as far as a long-term asset, very important to downtown and then for our visitors in particular who are in town. So I will support this motion.
Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. I am going to vote in favor of this motion. I think that we can't afford not to do this work, and any delay will only increase the price tag further into the future. The real issue here is our overall capital budget capacity, how many projects, how much they cost in reality when they get to this stage, and that long-term, financial planning aspect. So, and I know that those are conversations that we have at a different table, at a different time of year. But I suspect that the $700,000 had been in place for so long that it didn't keep up as a placeholder for the increases, because this has been on the books for a very, very long time. And I don't think that not doing it because it costs more is going to solve the issue that our downtown businesses have with the lack of washrooms. And then I want to point out that there are many public washrooms in the Bow Valley that have cost over $1 million over the years, not just this one for us here in Canmore. We live in a place where millions of people come and we have to provide services for them. And so the capacity that we have to serve is much greater than if the washrooms that we were building were just for our community. But we're also supporting our business community because it's hard to visit a place that doesn't have adequate facilities. So this improvement will actually create into the future a better downtown for the business community and for visitors, and for me as a person who always has a bathroom emergency. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. I won't be able to support this motion. There is no doubt that we need washrooms and great washrooms and facilities in the downtown. I cannot, in good conscience, spend $140,000 per stall for a washroom. I just can't do that. Thank you very much.
What if you really had to go?
I have used.
It was a rhetorical question. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mayor Crozert. Yeah, I'll support this with some reluctance about the cost, but it is absolutely a necessary piece of infrastructure. But I also think, just kind of building a little bit on Councillor Flaubert's comments, this really speaks to, once again, another one of those issues where we are paying for infrastructure from municipal tax dollars to support a growing visitor economy who isn't necessarily paying any kind of user fees or anything to use that. And we don't really have a mechanism to do that, but it's just, let's add it to the pile. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Hillstead.
I think I will support this. That's some expensive washrooms, but as Councillor Faubert pointed out, there's other expensive washrooms out there. They have been needed for a long time. Those other ones are as old as I am. And yeah, so yeah, this is not ideal, obviously. I don't know, maybe we'll have to go Europe on this and start charging for washrooms. No, just kidding.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried with Councillors Maw and Graham opposed. Okay, so that brings us, anybody need a just 2-minute break, 3-minute break before we move on?
They don't exist yet.
All right, we will move back to item G4 then, which was tabled earlier in the meeting to this point at the end of the meeting. Looking to, tell you what, we are going to take a, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to return at 4:40, just so that everybody can take a breath and refocus. Okay, welcome back from break. We are now picking up with item G4, which we tabled earlier in the meeting. At the time, we were dealing with second reading. We had dealt with a couple of amending motions. Due to the one motion not going as per the recommendation, there had to be some reassessment of the other motions to make sure that they fit with the overall policies, so that we weren't working against ourselves here. Council or administration went away, and thank you for the work that you've done to come back with some revised recommended motions. And so we are going to be dealing with each one of those as they've been provided. There's not going to be a presentation to them. We know the components. It's just how they've been put together. If when a motion comes forward, council has any questions as to the rationale as to why, how it came here, if there were changes, certainly you'll be open to ask those questions. So we're still in a second reading. We are dealing with amendments to the revised land use bylaw amendment 2025-36. That's at second reading. And so I will put forward this next motion. The council amend the revised land use bylaw amendment 2025-36 Town Centre Area Redevelopment Plan implementation to redesignate the following areas from R4 to R2A. Area A, area that includes 135 and 7 Railway Court. B, area north of the pond that includes 1251, 1255, 1259, 1263, and 1267 7th Avenue. C, area west of 9th Avenue that includes 1001, 1002, 1005, 1009 10th Street, 1010 11th Street, 1016, and 1020 9th Avenue. D, area that includes 902, 906, 910, 914, 918, 922, and 926 9th Street. E, Riverview Place. And F, area that includes 100, 103, 105, 107, and 109 Spring Creek Drive. You'll recognize this as being what was the 8th recommended motion, but now it's being moved as an amending motion, and it's been specified down, instead of the R1, R2, or R2A, it's been specified to the R2A, which was the recommended zoning based on the analysis by administration in response to the previous motions. In speaking to this motion arose from the excellent feedback that we received at the public hearing. There was identified some areas, certainly not all areas, but some areas where R4 would seem to not be appropriate, either due to the size of the lot or the fact that it's a brand new house there that's going to be there for the next 50 years. Very few development left in the area, etc. So this derived directly from public feedback, and this was supported by council previously, that we move from R4 to another zoning upon the advice of administration, and that other zoning was R2A. You'll note that, just see. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought there. So I would encourage support of this for these spots where R4 is not appropriate, and look forward to hearing your thoughts. Councillor Marin.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. I fully support this motion. I think that this motion is a good example of how we have taken feedback from a public hearing. We have taken a look at potentially the first proposed plan and made amendments based on the feedback that we heard from that public hearing. It was clear that most of these lots, if not all of these lots, were not appropriate for R4, especially with the potential of adding an eating establishment in R4. So I think this is fantastic. I want to thank administration as well, because they went back and looked at these in more detail and made the recommendation to R2A. I know that there's been some concerns expressed about the need for potential densification in the future. This still allows a certain level of densification because these are all currently R1 lots, to potentially R2A if desired, but not required, obviously. And so I think that this is a good solution where we've listened to that feedback and administration has come back with an alternative that suits this zoning better.
Councillor Faubert.
Yeah, so the way I understand all these motions working together is that when we get to the overlay one, the overlay motion, it currently is written with R4. But should the overlay motion just be within proposed properties to be amended like this? So that overlay to, right? So how I don't understand how the one motion later on interplays with this motion.
Okay, so that's a question for administration. Just to frame it, I think that there's still some that have been changed to R4 and there's amendments, and the overlay would still help there. Obviously, if it's not R4, it wouldn't affect those, but I would turn to administration, perhaps Mr. Schneider, to assist us. The question is really, this is a proposed amendment, and then subsequently there, which is there's an overlay amendment coming up afterwards. How do they interact?
Well, they interact. I guess the best way to put it is these properties that were identified in this motion are not exhaustive of all the properties that were proposed to move to R4. So despite council, depending on how council chooses the route to take with this motion, there's still value in having the overlay for the other properties that are proposed to move to R4.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Councilor Faubert?
I think this is really great work because I can see how there's been a clear line drawn towards what kind of direction we need to give. I like that what's come back has limited this motion into the R2A, and that because before I wasn't sure I could support it, but I feel that now I can support this because I can see now how the entire district works, and I see. Thank you, Mr. Schneider, for your answering my question. So I'm going to speak in favor of this motion because I think that the work that has been done around this by the amazing administration team we have and the planners here has taken sort of the discussion and found a way forward that addresses all the things that I think that as a council it was getting a little muddled around given the complexity of this. But now what I see in front of me is a better path forward in terms of density for more homes than before. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hillstad.
I'm happy to support this motion. Again, thanks to admin for whittling it down to give us some better guidance and some guide rails. I'm fine with this because the R2A, you can potentially have a detached dwelling with ADU, duplex, a townhouse stack. So there is that ability if someone does choose to, densify, they can. But if they also choose to keep it, what's on there, that's also available to them as a discretionary use for just a detached dwelling without an ADU. So, yeah, I think this is a good good compromise from R4 to R2A.
Thank you. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Worship. I'm happy to support this. The vast majority of the properties listed here, doing R4 probably would have been quite onerous or perhaps even impossible in terms of an access for some of these spots. I also want to say thank you, admin, for coming up with some great solutions here. The R2A does contemplate density if necessary and also provides a degree of comfort to the current owners. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to this motion? Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mayor Crowser. I too can support this. My only real concern about the R4 was the commercial opportunities there. I wasn't super excited about those discretionary uses. I would note that, you know, within an R4 you could have built an R2A. But yeah, happy to do this. The public feedback was overwhelming? No. The pickleball was overwhelming. This was this was something less than overwhelming, but substantial. Let's go with substantial.
Okay, let's go with substantial. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mayor Crowser. Yeah, I'm happy to support this motion. It's good that we're kind of picking a lane as far as zoning goes here, and I think, yeah, it does strike a nice compromise from what we heard at the public hearing, which seems like forever ago now, but not stifling growth, allowing, you know, gentle density as the neighborhoods redevelop over. It's not going to happen tomorrow. It's going to be over 10, 20, 30 years. Yeah, just it's been a lot to get here, and let's get her done.
Okay. I see no one else wishing to speak, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. So then we'll move to the next amendment, which is numbered 3 there. 2, I think, was just something that had previously been sent, but it's not moving forward. Yeah, it was on the previous, so we're not moving forward with making a motion there, so I won't even speak to that. So the next motion is the council amend revised land use bylaw amendment 2025-36, town center area redevelopment plan implementation from the existing Schedule A by removing the areas shown being redesignated from R1 to GD and R3 to GD along Railway Avenue north of 10th Street. In speaking to this, this is that section along Railway Avenue that is currently built out with condo apartments there, and a section that has some 2 single-family homes. And rather than having it be GD, which matches the other side of the street, this would basically cause it to be the status quo and remove the GD from the land use bylaw amendment. And I'm just looking to confirm that that was a correct summary. Okay, I'm seeing nods from Ms. Smithers, so thank you. I will support, thank you for bringing that up. It's the blue section that we're dealing with. We had talked back in March about the unlikelihood of within the current or foreseeable future that consolidating all of those properties or a bunch of them to commercial in order to change the use is not likely and perhaps not preferred. And so I support this motion. Councillor Marin.
Thank you, Mayor Carsart. I also support this motion. In addition to the unlikelihood of that changing to commercial because of just the layout of those R3 units, I also think that taking away R3 units from this area of town is probably not desirable with our goals for accommodation options in town. And then this amendment also addresses that R1 to GD. So I believe that was 2 lots along the Spurline Trail there that really didn't, they're 2 single family lots that really probably shouldn't be included in that GSD. So this also resolves those concerns that came forward in the public hearing. So I will support this motion for those reasons.
Great, thank you. And I think, just to correct myself, I think I misspoke when I said condo apartments. I meant to refer to R3. Councillor Hillstead.
I just have a quick question of clarification just for the map. Because like that map that's currently on screen, I think some of those areas aren't some of those areas ones we just pulled out. So would it be the Schedule 3 map that the original Schedule 3 map, because that one has those areas pulled out, but still has some areas going from R2 to R4, R28, R4, and then on that map, it's actually just the R1 to R3 that.
This isn't the schedule that we would be approving.
Yeah, I'm just wondering.
It was just to give a visual of where the area that we're talking about is, and it's the light blue.
So we don't need any other different wording to make sure the map follows all those other amendments too. That's all I wanted to know. Perfect, and I will support it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think from a purely intellectual planning perspective, Gateway District actually still provides high-density housing and commercial tax base. So in the future, it could have benefited the town to a greater degree and would have, when redeveloped, potentially been able to use density bonusing to get greater environmental benefits. However, I believe the reality is that those neighborhoods likely wouldn't change that way in the future without something extreme happening first. And so I think that sticking to the R3 in this neighborhood instead of going to Gateway is what we heard from the community. I think that there was good argument for a change in zoning, but it didn't really get traction either with my colleagues or in the community. I will note that it's like some really good R3 downtown, and that like the mix of densities, we already have some. And so I think that keeping that into the future is how our community envisions itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mayor Crozert. Yeah, I'm happy to support this motion. I mean, I think if you were to say, hey, let's plan a brand new town, and you kind of mapped out where the commercial districts are, yeah, it would probably make sense if there was absolutely nothing there to have something a little bit more commercial on that side of the road. However, the reality is we have high-ish density housing, pretty high for Canmore anyways, and that's something that we need to maintain. So let's keep it the way it is. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll call the question on this amending motion then. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. So that brings us back to the second reading now as amended. So what's on the table now is that council gives second reading to the revised land use bylaw amendment 2025-36 Town Centre Area Redevelopment Plan implementation as amended. Anyone wishing to speak to this motion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. So now I'll move that council give third reading to revised land use bylaw amendment 2025-36 Town Centre Area Redevelopment Plan implementation. Anyone wishing to speak to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. So now now we've done with the land use bylaw amendment 2025-36. There will be some things that will come that we've taken out that will need to come back as amendments. That will be a future motion, but we've carried that one. We move on to the next element, which was the municipal development plan. This one pretty much just dealt with the change that we just dealt with of the R3 to GD. And administration's recommending that we defeat this motion because of what we've just passed with regards to the R3 remaining and not going to GD, so we don't need this anymore. So I will move that we give second reading, but then I'm going to be speaking about voting against it and encourage you to do likewise. So I move that council give second reading to the Municipal Development Plan Bylaw Amendment 2025-40. This change is no longer required based on the motions that we've already made and removing the one section that this pertained to. So I encourage you to follow administration's recommendation and our recent vote and defeat this reading. Anyone wishing to speak to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Oh, April. I'm sorry. Yeah, opposed? The motion is defeated unanimously. It's been a long day. Moving to the next item then, the council directed administration to draft amendments to the revised land use bylaw 2018-22 that would allow the area fronting onto 7th Avenue across from the pond containing parcels 434, 453, and 433-176 to be ED instead of R1, as referenced in motion 54-2026. As you'll recall from our discussions on earlier this year and also as presented earlier today, this reflects the what I think is basically a cleaning up, and administration also recognizes that it's more proper that this should be ED. And so this basically asks administration to go ahead and make those changes. So I will be supporting this motion. Anyone else wishing to speak to it? Councillor Graham.
Just for clarity, Your Worship, when I look at the map, I see 1, 2, 3, 4 EDs, but yeah. And so these two parcels are.
On what page are you referring?
I'm on page 222.
Okay, let's get there.
Sorry, I should know this, but it's been a long day.
222 though on the old agenda.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
In that area, Sean.
Okay. So there are some elements that are already going to ED. There is a section right, you see right across from the pond?
Yeah.
There's a white spot that is currently not labeled at all.
Yeah.
That's currently R1 there.
Thank you.
It's undeveloped, and it's, those are the parcel numbers, and it's saying, let's make that ED.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
And yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Anyone else? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, we'll now then move to 8, I'll move the council direct administration to prepare a land use bylaw overlay allowing for existing residential uses within properties proposed to be amended to R4 within Schedule A of revised land use bylaw amendment 2025-36. Allowing for existing residential uses within properties proposed to be amended to R4. Yeah. That are R4, yeah. This is basically allowing the legacy build. So does that, just to make sure, does this make sense, proposed to be amended to R4? Because I think that they're already R4. Yeah. Ms. Smithers?
It could just say within properties amended to R4.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to, there are a substantial number of properties that are currently R4.
Yeah.
Right, so I don't know that the intent was to introduce that legacy use on those currently zoned properties. So I
Because
just want
of
to
the
be careful
zoning
with
that
that.
they're already allowed that zoning. So R2A, for those, if you already have
Yeah.
a detached dwelling, they're already allowed to be rebuilt under R2A.
So I think
you
if
don't
this-
need it for those.
So, yeah, if this says within properties amended to R4, that focuses us in on those sites that are changing.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. So this is that legacy piece. In addition to the legacy piece allows those currently R1 that have been changed or changing to R2A to be rebuilt. And this allows those ones that have been changed to R4 that are perhaps a detached dwelling to be rebuilt if something extreme were to happen to their property. Councillor Faubert is speaking to this motion.
I think also that this is to direct administration to prepare. And so something will come back to us.
Yes.
Right? And so I think within that context, it will be more apparent of how this works, and how the overlay would apply. I think that the next stage is where, and then at that stage, we can still not do it if we don't want to. But I think that I like this idea because it's different than some of the other density-related overlays that have been done in Alberta, because it goes to a higher density as the zoning and then applies an overlay for the legacy use. So it kind of, for me, addressed a lot of what I was hearing from people around their concerns with increased density, that they wouldn't be able to rebuild their home the way they had it. So I'm really hopeful that we can move forward with this motion and have administration come back with the overlay and see it in the context of the land use bylaw.
I too will be supporting this motion for the reasons you stated and for what we heard in the public hearing. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a real quick question. I'm moving on to page 157 of our agenda, just looking at the map there. So am I to understand that this motion directs administration to prepare this overlay for those kind of, I guess, 3 or 4 parcels that are left going from R2A or R2 to R4? So that would be south of 7th Street and east of 6th Avenue, and then along 8th Avenue, sort of southeast of Bridge Road, and then south of 9th Street, that one little block there. Is that correct? Okay.
So I'm seeing Mr. Schneider acknowledging that that's correct.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm prepared to support this. It seems like some work to do for a relatively small area, but yeah, I'm curious to see what comes back.
It's better than creating a whole new R4 zoning.
Sure.
Councillor Marin.
I think I just had a clarifying question as well. So I think the original intent with this, and I don't want to speak for Councillor Faubert, but it was when we were looking at changing R1 to R4, that then if a house were to build down, if it were to burn down, it could be rebuilt as an R1 because of this overlay. We've just changed that direction because we're not changing those R1s to R4s. They're just going to R2As, where a single detached home is a permissible use. So the overlay doesn't apply to those properties anymore, as Councillor Murray just pointed out. And then these ones that have changed from R2 to R4, if someone were to build an R4 and it were to burn to the ground, could they build an R2 in its place? Is that a permissible use?
It's about having the non-conforming use allowed to be rebuilt. And so if somebody built an R4 according to the R4, it's not expanding it to R2A for those. It's just really protecting those that are already R2 or R2A.
Okay. Okay, I think I'm a bit confused on that, but yeah, I mean, I'm prepared to support it. It's information coming back. I think that the point of the original motion mostly doesn't apply to the conversations that we were having, because it was really the R1s to R4s that were the biggest concerns.
And they've been protected a different way.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. Councillor Faubert, you wish to comment on that too?
I think that, so it was a bit broader, but I was particularly focused in on sort of the fact that R1 was still on the table. And since that first motion kind of picked R2A, I felt a little more comfortable. And then this is about how do we continue to have conversations around density in our established community here in the Valley Bottom in a way that is responsive and, right, because there will be future work in future neighborhoods around increased density outside the downtown ARP. And so for me, there is benefit into the future as well. It's not, if this comes back and council approves it and it's a viable solution, it could also help us in the future. And that's sort of, because I know like it's limited, it's not quite what the original motion was getting towards, but I feel like there's some compromise here, but we're still maintaining a trajectory towards the future where we're creating the context for more density.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to this motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Moving on to the last one then. The council directed administration to bring separate bylaws related to required amendments to the town center area redevelopment plan. So just a question of clarification. When we talk about bringing separate bylaws, it's just meaning that it can be brought back at different times in multiple bylaws? Because I know that there will be changes to the town center area redevelopment plan required based on what's been approved to date. I'm confused by to bring separate bylaws. Is that meaning that there'll be multiple times, or is just meaning that we'll come back with some more changes? Ms. Smithers?
Yeah, hopefully it would be one bylaw. I feel like this was a bit of a moving target and we were trying to make sure we captured everything. So the intent would be that we bring forward one bylaw that is that amending bylaw for the town center ARP.
Would it be acceptable if I said the council directed administration to bring back a separate bylaw or bylaws related to required amendments? And that way it's clear that we're still talking with just the changes, and it doesn't mean that they'll necessarily be, so it should be bring back a separate bylaw or bylaws. Yeah. Related to required amendments. Mr. Schneider, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, only that there would be one bylaw for the ARP amendment, and there would be, there's also, we've been directed to do work with the land use bylaw as well, so technically.
Right. So that's a different one. This one pertains specifically to the town center.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I misunderstood that.
No, that's fine. We're getting to the point where we need to make sure that we're clear, and I appreciate you bringing that point forward. Okay, so I think that this gives effect then to the changes. It gives administration the opportunity to recognize where changes are needed based on what we've already approved or ramifications from what we've approved, and bring that into us in a bylaw or bylaws to amend the town center area redevelopment plan, and I support that. Anyone else wishing to speak to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. That brings us to the end of our business for today, and so I move that we adjourn. All those in favor?